celebration for the new Freedom Summer Project, which is celebrating the Freedom Summer. We started this a long time ago, but we started doing this movement work a long time ago here at Tougaloo College, and it derived for us starting our own nonprofit. It derived from working us throughout the Delta, throughout across states, understanding and talking with some of the folks that actually started this work back in the 60s. And the reason that we are here today celebrating is because of one of those folks, and now have went home with the ancestors. So we want to highlight this day. We want to continue to build on the work that was started, and we want to start this off in good fashion. So, introducing myself, my name is Mac Epps. I wear a couple of hats with the Mississippi Move. I serve as executive director and also organizer for Mississippi Move. We are going to dive into this agenda, or we are running about 9 minutes behind. We want to start at 11. We want to get everybody in orientation, ride, registration, get their stuff in. We got more people coming on the way. So it's going to be an eventful day. We're going to see some folks from the Freedom Summer era. We're going to learn a lot. We're going to build on the shoulders and the foundation that we have. So we start off today. Well, welcome. I'm welcoming you also as an alumni for Tougaloo College, but also as executive director for Mississippi Move. Next, we will have an actual student who turned to be one of the best faculty, staff person that can represent Tougaloo College. He's been here. He's continued to mold and work with students. He's wear multiple hats. Wish we could pay him from the multiple hats that he wear. But this is Coach Eric Pilcher. Come on, Coach.
Good morning, good morning, good morning again. Like you said, my name is Eric Pilcher. I serve as the sports information director and head cross country coach here at Tougaloo. I am a 2007 alum of Tougaloo College. I'm home, as you see on the shirt. But on behalf of Dr. Dunzel Lee, our president, and the faculty and staff here at Tougaloo College, and our students and alumni, we do welcome you to Tougaloo College. We hope that you enjoy your stay here, and we hope that you all have a great conference. Thank you.
Well, we thank you, Mr. Pilcher. And we must back up a little bit. We want to start these things off grounded in African tradition. So, for those who may be our elder, so we will say anybody that may be the age of 50, if you don't mind sharing your age, 45. All right, I think the oldest one is I'm 43. So anybody that's older than 43, all right, we start off with man saying, "May we have permission to speak?" And you were starting by saying either yes or yebo, and that way we start off. All right, so we want to start off being grounded. So next, what we have here at Tougaloo College, if you did not learn it, some of us learned it online. We will have our national anthem that we recognize, which is the Negro National Anthem. And this time, instead of having it being sung in person, we would have it being played by DJ George Chuck. Feel free to sing along if you know the words. For those who do not know, I want you to listen to the words of the song and think about our people, thinking about the times of oppression, and the details in the words is why this song means so much to African people, those of the African diaspora. So listen real close. Our feet straight from the places that God where we met. So why not? Thank you, Mr. Patterson. So in 2021, while we were still fighting COVID, we were working at a place called 911 Palmyra Street, where Sankofa Restaurant was. And we wanted to do something for the summer. We wanted to do something to continue to build upon the youth. One of our mentors and guides, Brother Hollis Waka Muhammad, has went to be with the ancestors. But for then, in 2021, he helped us start the new Freedom Summer Project. The crazy thing is, in 1964, they were fighting for voting rights, fairness, to being able to vote. They were fighting for housing. They were fighting for economics. They were fighting for to be treated like humans and people. And in 2024, we're fighting for housing. We're fighting for economics. We're fighting for humans to be treated like people. For us to be treated like humans, to be treated like people. The same thing is happening, right? And that's why we started it. And at that time, his health was starting to decline, but he made his appearance. He drawed his energy from the youth. We were happy. My brother back there, Philip, and his son was there. My daughter was there. We were able to witness in the transition of teaching and learning. So that's why we started a different program. Now we do the reading feed, and which is reading and learning to feed your mind. And we use Black comic books with Black lead characters, because a lot of times for us, we never saw people that look like us being the superhero, right? We would talk that Superman get his strength from the sun and he come to save us. But we have a young brother who also adventured into his own endeavors, started his own business, and he's leading the way. So we're gonna bring up the CEO and founder of Offbeat, right? The first and only Black-owned comic book record store. If you want to go in nostalgia, go back, it's right here. He led the way, and he's been continuing to lead the way. And he's gonna come and talk to us about his store. Get you a mic right there. His store, on the table right here. His store and how it's connected to Freedom Summer in 2024, starting, like I said, in 2021. So let's give a round of applause for, as we call him, DJ Young Venom. He does have a real name. I'm gonna let him properly introduce himself.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Philip Rollins, also go by DJ Young Venom. I'm the owner of Offbeat. Like you said, it's the only Black-owned comic book shop and record store in the state of Mississippi. We just hit our 10-year anniversary, so we've been in business since 2014.
Hey, that is something to applaud. As I struggle going through my first year of owning a brick and mortar business, that's something to applaud.
It's tough. It's tough.
Oh, sit down. Chuck wants us to sit down. Yes, sir, big brother.
All right.
So thinking about, I guess we can start back from 21. When I said, hey man, what you doing? You want to come out? And I think you were telling me like the experience. I guess just being able to start it with Brother Hollis there presently. Like, what was that? Because you have the same history as I do with him.
So I think you approached me about doing with the idea for the read and feed, and I think I told you my backstory about how I got into comic books. And my mom, she read comic books, and my grandfather read comic books, and my mom was an avid collector, and that's how I learned how to. That's what got me interested in reading and keeping up with reading and everything like that, and also finding like the messages in comic books about say what black people's plight is like it's clearly in our face, but it is not in our face for some people if they don't realize what they're reading. X-Men was really about the civil rights movement, but you know the character, I mean, you had one black character, but overall there's for people that fear and hates us, this pretty much the idea of what was going on through the civil rights movement with black people. um there are a lot of other examples that I can get into later, but um education and just reading in general is a big gateway to like learning about so much other stuff. And whether it's about superheroes or horror or like like a documentary style comic book, there are different genres for everything. It's something for everybody.
So I think a lot of time people get the misconception about comic books. Comic books are well written, right? When you start thinking about a lot of times now, some stuff we see that pushes a lot of different slang language. Comic books, you actually learn words that you probably not traditionally use every day, right?
Correct. Like if when I was reading and I asked my mom what this word is or what this means, she made me go pick up a dictionary and like look it up.
A dictionary. Anybody out there know what a dictionary is? In dictionary encyclopedia? Y'all know? Okay. All right. It's not Google.
Yeah, you would Google it these days to figure out what it was, but I didn't know what a Wolverine was, so I had to look that up. I didn't know what a Nightcrawler was, so I looked it up. Um, Learning about a lot of the characters and words, you know, it just expanded my vocabulary. And a lot of people see comic books as this really childish thing, but you have established authors like Stephen King, Ta-Nehisi Coates writing Black Panther and other books like that. Reginald Hudlin, Eve Ewing, who came here last year, she's writing a new X-Men book, and she wrote the last Black Panther run, and she wrote a character named Photon who was in the Captain Marvel movie. So she wrote plenty of black characters. So she's implementing that in the next X-Men series, which will be based in Chicago.
Okay. So let me help folks that, and because we also are streaming, and for those who are out there that's watching us as we stream, share this. Share this. If you can't be here in person, we are here right now at Tougaloo College in the gym, located when you first come on campus to your left. It's open to anybody that want to attend, anybody that want to be here. You can come on out. But if you can't be here, go ahead and share. Uh, a lot of times for our people, when we learn how to read, reading was the way for us to escape our oppression and things that was going on in our life. A lot of time we transition that into song too. So that's why comic book play a major role because, like I was highlighting earlier, the average comic book you saw had white lead characters. We never saw ourselves in a hero form, and I think that was one of the main reasons. Right after Black Panther and the Black Panther comic book started to come back out, it was like we need to circulate this thing.
Yeah, Black Panther kind of like I guess boosted it a lot. I was always kind of in tune in the comics, so um Marvel really got its big boost with the first Blade movie with Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
And before then, we had Meteor Man with Robert Townsend, which wasn't taken too seriously, but it did get a comic book adaptation. And then we had TV shows. There was one in particular called Mantis that came on Fox about a disabled black man who built this exoskeleton to help him walk. It was like kind of Iron Man, kind of kind of Iron Man-ish, but it had a different take on it. But now you have like way more black heroes on the forefront. You got Black Panther and Vixen and Green Lantern, and there's more out there that are gonna be established, and we have to support the mediums in order for them to be pushed out more as well too. I think a lot of people are like, well, I don't see it, so I don't think about it like that. And that's not the case when there's always been black superheroes in some form or fashion. If you think about 1970s black exploitation films, those are black superheroes.
Right.
Um, it just depends on the medium or the media that people want to digest it, so to speak. So whether it's Black Dynamite, Shaft,
Right.
or you know, like I said, Green Lantern, Spawn. It's we're out there. Now being created by Black people, that's a different story. But there
Right.
are way more creators coming out now, and they're doing anime and manga, and we have a man who is from Mississippi. His name is John Jennings, and he's the conduit. I call him the Black Stan Lee.
Right.
And I told him that. I said, "You're pretty much the Black Stan Lee," and he's the conduit for everybody that's in the comic book industry. So if you are trying to get into comic book industry, he's like the guy to know, and he could connect you with Sean Thomas, who did Cannon Busters on Netflix, which is an anime with whole black lead, and the people that did Yasuke, and it's a lot of stuff that's out there. So we have to, like I said, we have to support the medium if we want to see ourselves in it more, or create it ourselves as well too.
And so breaking it down is like, in order to become what you need to be, sometimes you gotta see it. And what for us, we never saw ourselves being free. And for us, some of us that grew up, I can say in the rural area, you say grew up country, we never saw black cowboys.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Out
And
of all the
we
black
had
farmers
black
you meet,
cowboys
we
now,
had
Sidney
them,
Poitier and
Buck and the Preacher.
Yep.
Yeah. But we never saw them on a regular basis. So it kind of make you think that, well, I can't be a real cowboy because I don't look like the folks that they show, right? And so giving a little backstory on that, back then, before the term became popular, white cow people were called cattlemen, and they called black ones cowboys, kind of making it a derogatory statement. But then it, like everything else, it caught on, became cool, got popular. So then they started referring to themselves as cowboys. So then we had the black cowboys, but originally we were the original cowboys. So hearing these stories about comic books and being able to share, one of the things we wanted to do, that's why we incorporated it into the civic engagement piece of reading feed, because you want to expound your vocabulary. You want to be able to read. A lot of our people got into bad situations not knowing how to properly read documents that they signed. We lost land. We lost a lot of different things, and we got caught up into a lot of different things because we did not properly read, or there were words on the document that you did not understand.
Yeah.
And you just said, "Oh well," and you did not know. Like arbitrary agreement. You know, if you see that, okay, I don't know what that means, right? And then you you go past it, but you don't know what it means, and then you sign something, then you held accountable. So comic books, like I say, are well written, but also you get to see somebody that look like you.
Yeah.
You know, so your 2021, what was the experience like being able to create that moment? Probably I could say it was one of Brother Hollis' last times being like in his, in his moment, in his element.
It was for me, it was kind of a surreal experience to work with a legend like Dr. Hollis Watkins, and I was honored to be a part of it. Honestly, I'm still honored to be a part of it, and to have my son there to experience everything, and like we're kind of continuing a legacy of history, um, in a different light that people wouldn't probably think about, and because it's taken for granted, and when things are taken for granted, you kind of brush it off to the side and be like, oh, well, it's
Yeah.
there, so it'll always be there. But when it's not there, you'll be like, oh, I wish this was here. And
Yeah.
I always tell people, like I said, y'all gonna miss me when I'm gone. And that's something my mom tells me. Like she
Yeah.
told me that when I was a kid. She's like, when I'm gone, you gonna miss me. And I'm like, but as I get older, I'm like, okay, I see what she's saying now.
Yeah.
You can't take the people or the things that you love for granted, because life is really so fleeting and it's short. And you have to make the most of the situation with the people that you love and the things that you love as well too, and be able to share it with the people that are interested or have a small minor interest in it. It means a lot. So yeah.
I guess, and now sitting here is just like the opportunity we've had to talk to so many folks that was involved in the Freedom Summer original, and we took it for granted.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't pick their brain. We did not have long in-depth conversations. We heard some stuff and we kept moving. But now, as you get older, and we're like, man, I remember what's connected to you. 2015, we did the Black Family Summit. We had civil rights attorney Carol Rhodes and Brother Hollis was a moderator, and they said while they were fighting for political empowerment, they wish they had done more for economics. Right. So as you branched out and starting what we needed, because one of our affirmations we have on our wall at our store, it said create what don't exist. So you created what didn't exist.
Yeah.
And it was created by you. And what that's part of your work. And we talk about your way of being able to continue to move things forward. You use something that helped you as a child and you made it become a business. Tell us a little about that, about that connection.
So the formation of the business became about when I was part of class of 2013 Mississippi Black Leadership Institute, by One Voice, and I was nominated by Councilman Melvin Priester at the time. And I am most of my classmates were doctors, lawyers, councilmen, and at the time I was a youth justice organizer for the ACLU. So at the end of the institute, we had to come up with a project that affects the community. So naturally, everybody else ran for office, opened up a practice, and I was like, I don't want to do that. I'm tired of going to the Capitol. So my former community was always going to the comic book shops and record stores. Being a DJ for at the time 10 years, now I'm a DJ for 20 years. It's I always had people tell me, "Oh, you know about records? You open up a record shop, or you know about comics? You open up a comic book store." And sustainability and being able to adapt is a lot in business. And if you're not able to do that, you will probably fail. And so I knew off the top of my head that these things alone would not sustain in the climate that the state was in. So I said, let me combine the both and utilize the space as an art gallery for young minority artists as well, so they can showcase and sell their artwork. And so that's how Offbeat really came about. And I'm still trying to create and do stuff for the community, whether it's putting local artists, music in the shop. We do listening events. I'm working on doing a skate team right now because the skate community here in the city has lost their DIY park. So I'm working with the city about repurposing some of the parks for the skate community so they have a place to skate. And just trying to adapt and be what is called a third space. You have your house, you have your work, and then you have a third space that's your safe space or your space that you like to go to. So I'm trying to make sure that Offbeat continues to be a third space that people will want to come to, whether they want to come and like buy a comic or come to a listening event or just come hang out. But I want people to always be themselves, and it's something from everybody from ages 8 to 80, honestly. Whether it's records or comics or anime figures or manga, it's something there generally for everybody.
You said 8 to 80. Don't let him fool you because of the word. Listen, he said records.
Mhm.
He has records. I'm talking about Coltrane. He has records. Jazz, blues. If I'm not mistaken, don't you have our own living legend, Mr. Bobby Rush? Don't you have his record there too?
Yeah, I have plenty of Bobby Rush records there.
Okay. And then this is somebody that's been going for a long time. I'm talking about when they had the real deal that you
Yeah.
ain't had no other choice but to listen to the records. So Offbeat, tell everybody where Offbeat is located in case those who are watching might want to come and check it out.
Offbeat is located at 109 North State Street, downtown Jackson, Mississippi. There's a lot of construction in front of our building right now. They're redoing the road and the sidewalk, but I assure you we're open Tuesday through Sundays.
Okay. All right. So now, anybody out there had any questions for our guests? Anybody want to ask anything specific about the comic books or anything of that nature? Now, who like comic books? Who read comic books? So we have a treat for you. Mississippi Moves partnering with Offbeat. We are going to donate comic books. So at this time, we're going to play a little music, and you can get up and go back there. He has a good right hand man, Mr. Riley. Raise your hand, Mr. Riley. Yeah, that's his protege right there. He's grooming him start early, so y'all can go back there and talk to him one on one about the comic books. But these things are very helpful. It's good to see yourself. It's good to see someone look like you, and he has a lot of black sisters, right, in lead characters. So that's one which is Vixen.
Yeah, Vixen, Nubia, who's
Yeah.
the black Wonder Woman's sister, who's a black Farscape, who's like a black she's a black Green Lantern, pretty much a space cop. But yeah.
Okay. So look, so you got somebody that make sure y'all take time. All right. So we're gonna go walk around and check that out, and then we'll come back to you guys with our next part of our agenda. All right. Chuck is on you. All right, guys. So we still rolling. So what y'all watching is a video from a Southern Echo training. Now I'm just going to guess this probably took place just looking at Miss Helen's hair and length. Rest in peace. And some of y'all might know Miss Helen, are familiar with Miss Helen. Miss Helen Johnson. Oh yeah, yeah. That's how we got our start. Um, and you see Brother Hollis in the back. So I would say this is probably around 97, maybe 98. And we are here at Tougaloo College in Holmes Hall. Like I said, we've been on this campus for a long time. We've been coming back and forth to this campus doing civic engagement training probably since 96 for us. And I don't think Net is in this one because in 97, 98, I don't know how old she probably was at this time. But Ned is another Tougaloo alumni who came through the trainings of Southern Echo, who is still doing community organizing work right now. So, but that's some of the video, some of our history. So we want to bring our ancestors and folks that taught us and trained us. And for this table, this lady that you see with the dreads is the reason that y'all sitting here. That's why. Helen Johnson founded Concerned Citizens from Holmes County. We turned into Citizens for Quality Education. We turned into Nolly Jenkins. And that was named after her mother. And so that's the lady that you're looking at right there, Miss Helen Johnson, who also was a part of Southern Echo. That's why y'all sit here. And as we continue to build upon the legacy of keeping youth involved and teaching them the next steps, that's why we're doing it right now, right? So the most important people are in this room, right? We don't need a whole lot of officials. We don't need a whole lot of folks with a lot of titles and a lot of alphabets. You guys are here. And someone poured into us. Someone took time with us. Someone showed us. We had fun. Sometimes we came just to eat snacks. Sometimes we came just because they had good food. Sometimes we came because you just want to get away from home. We came, and the more we came, the more we learned. And the more we learned, the more we wanted to know, and the more that we started to teach and start to exhibit just by being a part of the process, right? So we are here, and that's why we say we're just playing a little bit of the video. Chuck gonna play a little bit more, and then we're gonna get ready to go into our next phase. I wanted to highlight for this group right here, representing Holmes County. Holmes County, put your hands up. Now,
necessary tools and skills that we need to be able to impact the formation of public policy at the local level, state level, federal level, and even in the private sector. Because it's at that arena where we can begin to impact our No, I was part of that. The part that I want to say was hold on to your manuals. These are the manuals that's to take you through the training. If you've already signed in once, you do not have to sign in again for the duration of the training. You have registration forms in the begin at the front of your manuals. If you can turn those in whenever before the training is over to me at the table, I'd appreciate it. We will meet here at 8:30. 8:45. 8:45. Be here. There will be continental breakfast here, but no, those of you who are staying at the hotel, you have that there too. But we do want you here, ready to begin at 8:45 in the morning. Larry said turn those registration forms in. I want everybody to turn those registration forms in if you haven't already, as you walk through the door in the morning. So we can have all of that out of the way.
room assignments and all of that has already been made at the hotel.
If you have any problems, please let me know.
If there are any problems, there'll be staff over there at the hotel that can facilitate solving whatever the problem is, one way or the other. Also, want us to know that we do have some Southern Echo t-shirts that is for sale. We got them right back there in that container. Yeah, that is right there, see? And we'd appreciate it if you would purchase one of those if you have not already purchased one. And even if you have already purchased one, it never is too big a problem to have one that you don't have to watch.
Man, I guess I could say this, Chuck, and I guess Net for saying that it feels good to hear that brother's voice, and his voice will always be in our heads and be iconic. I just knew he was probably gonna break out into a song in a minute, but we didn't get that talent, so we're gonna use the talents that we did have, that we did get from him, which is the organizing piece. So we talked about earlier in 2024, we are literally fighting for the same thing they fought for in 1964. In 1964, during that era, there's a doctor here that was probably one of the most iconic, recognized doctors in the Jackson area, named Mr. Robert Smith, Dr. Robert Smith. He was recognized last night at, I think, the Baptist Convention Gala. But it was a story he shared about how much Brother Hollis poured into and helped during the civil rights movement. There was a situation happened. For one, there was not a lot of black doctors. That's number one. And there was a civil rights worker in the Delta that had been injured, right? Some of the Klan or some of the racist white folks that had got a hold to him, and they were going to send the doctor to him. And Brother Hollis stopped it. He said, "You are our doctor. We can't take that chance in losing you." So he rode with the lady to go to the Delta to bring the person to him. He would not allow Dr. Smith to leave Jackson because this was a safe haven to go to the Delta to treat the guy. They went and brought the guy to him. So we talk about contributing to our health factor. We know that for us and black folks, or they relate to us and call us minority, health is still a major issue. There was nowhere for them to go in the Delta area. And as 2024, for someone that worked in a cardiology clinic, we had folks that would get on a van and drive from the Delta 2 to 3 hours to come here because there was nowhere for them to go in the Delta, but there was nowhere to go in other parts of the state. So there's an institute that focuses on minority health, focus on things that plague our culture and plague our people, and help us with advice and information. Today we have one of the representatives who also the Institute for the Advancement of Minority Health is one of our community partners. So today we have one of the brothers, Brother Warren Jones, who also is a Tougaloo alumni. Y'all gonna connect the dots in a minute. Y'all sitting at this table, connect the dots. You're gonna see everything keep coming back to Tougaloo alumni. Now we're taking the applications. Y'all might well just come on now. We go get y'all one if y'all ready. So we're gonna have Brother Warren gonna come on and we're gonna talk to you guys a little bit about the Institute for Minority Health. Come on, brother, with your mic over there on that side on that table. So you can grab your mic and have a seat. They got Chuck. Is he still in frame, Chuck? We good to go. All right, so we also are streaming. We also live. So we're not just talking to the folks right here in the room. We're also talking to those who are watching. And those who are watching, we're going to try to cover a lot of things that are important to us. And we want you to share this information, share with your groups. Tougaloo alumni, share with the other groups that we got. Where we are highlighting some of the major things that we are part of. So by way of introduction, Brother Warren, introduce yourself. Tell people where you are from and the organization that you are connected to.
Yeah, so first off, thank y'all for having me this afternoon. As Brother Max said, my name is Warren Jones. I'm an epidemiologist with the Institute for the Advancement of Minority Health. It was founded by another Tougaloo alum Dr. Sandra Melvin. And I've been working with the organization now for about 2 years, and I manage all of our men's health programs, as well as I lead all of our research programs as well.
Now, where are you from? And tell us how you end up here.
It actually involves Freedom Summer, ironically. So Freedom Summer, as you all may know, was started in like 1964. But Freedom Summer isn't just here, or Freedom School rather isn't just here in Mississippi. I'm originally from Los Angeles, California, so I grew up in the South Central area, Compton area, and I actually, my mentor that sent me to Tougaloo actually was originally someone I met at Freedom School during one summer in Compton. So I'm in Freedom School and everything like that. Ended up going to Crenshaw High School. Did really well there. He was good friends with the provost at the time, and I ended up at Tougaloo, where I met Dr. White. I don't know if y'all know Dr. White here, but she's runs the Jackson Heart Study for the undergraduate program here. And she introduced me to the field of public health, and now I'm one of the few Black epidemiologists in the state. So definitely full circle with the Freedom Summer.
So that term you use, yeah. Now I'm talking to my audience that's sitting in front of me. Who know what an epidemiologist is? Okay.
Nobody.
So what is an epidemiologist?
So an epidemiologist basically, does health statistics. So it's my job to find out where people are sick, where people are having health issues, where people don't have the resources. And it's my job to find out where those people are, whether they are a man, a woman, their age groups, what the health issues are, what are the risk factors, what are the things that are putting them at risk, and what interventions can be taken or implemented to prevent those or mitigate those risks.
So that sounds like very, very important. So we know we talk about things that plague us. So you guys were pretty busy 2020 when COVID hit.
Yeah, so I actually started working with the program, with the organization. I was still working on my master's degree at the time, and of course that was during the pandemic, so I was basically taking my master's program from home basically. But my project to graduate was actually me doing a vulnerability index, which is basically a fancy word for saying like who is most at risk for catching COVID-19. And so it was my job to find out which counties in the state were the most vulnerable. And that was basically my project to graduate, if you will.
So you said most counties, and so I think about that because Holmes County actually had the second death from COVID, which was a well-known pastor in our area who actually was the former mayor. He transitioned. He was the second death from COVID in Holmes County. So we started talking about health disparities. As a legend walks in the room, we want to make sure we give our shout out and brother Frank Figgis over there. You would say Baba, a teacher, right? He's over there in the corner. Another Tougaloo alumni. So we'll be hearing from him in a little bit. So connecting the dots, 64 to 24, what are some of the parallels or connections and things you see of from going to Freedom School, right? So a lot of people don't know what that, and actually, truth be told, we're working on a project now. We're trying to recreate a Freedom House. With knowing people that was connected to Freedom Schools, we feel that we can make this happen.
Yeah.
What do you see now from 64 to 24? What are some of the connections when it comes to health?
I would say the main thing is just education, like just knowing better and doing better when it comes to health. We definitely need more people that look like us in the health field. So we need people that look like us, assisting us, giving us the information. One of the main things, as far as my job is to, kind of be that in between someone going to the doctor and someone in the community. And so that's really the main parallel that I see. We definitely need the civic engagement, but one thing that we have now that we definitely didn't have in 64 was social media and just so many tools, so many things that we could use to get the word out, to get people involved, to get people active. And I think if when you look at the political side of things, of course there's a lot of parallels with that, We're still seeing, us lose folks to police brutality, men and women. And so I always, when I see stuff like that going on, I feel like sometimes we underestimate or undermine how that affects us as Black people, how that affects us mentally when we see that on television. And a lot of the stuff, they show the body cam footage of some of the stuff that happened recently. And that's another reason why civic engagement is important. And that was the whole point, the whole, basis of, Freedom Summer and Freedom School, was to educate us on, one, our rights, educate us on the power that we have. And I think now in 24, I think, we're as powerful as ever. So, we just gotta, stay together and stay tapped in.
So what are some of the programs that you guys have going on right now?
So a lot of our programs cater to women's health. So we have a maternal and child health program. We have a program, our research program, which I lead, studies implicit bias in healthcare. So we basically try to figure out, in which hospital facilities, if they're, how women are being treated when they go for a doctor's visit. Like, are they treating Black women a certain way? Are they taking the time to educate them? If it's an older woman and she's going for something for preventive health, or is she being given medication that aligns with her genetics? So sometimes when they prescribe blood pressure medication, the certain brands aren't, for whatever reason, aren't good for Black people.
Correct.
So it's so many different things. And just so we do a lot of our programs toward women's health. We also do disease prevention. So we do HIV prevention. We provide vaccines for COVID as well. We also currently have a genetic counseling program where, I don't know if y'all know what genetic counseling is, but
break that down for us.
So genetic counseling is like really important. It's actually really cool. I'm kind of a nerd, y'all. So, what I'm saying, like, this stuff, I just, I'm studying this stuff all day. But genetic counseling is really cool because you could go to the doctor, they could do a blood test, a series of blood tests, and they could let you know what illnesses that you may be susceptible to, like what illnesses may run in your family. And you can also find this out by just asking your relatives, like, or if you have a relative that passed from a certain illness or something like that, you may be susceptible to it. But genetic counseling is really cool too. So we help Black women get genetic counseling as it relates to breast cancer, because Mississippi, Black women in Mississippi have some of the highest breast cancer rates in the state. So we're doing a lot of great work. And our newest program is our men's health equity program, of course, that we're working together on as well. So doing a lot of great work for Black folks across the state.
So breaking it down, when it says genetics, a lot of times some people say that high blood pressure run in my family. Now there are two parts, right? Genetic and environment. Environment means that you have some of the same habits. You eat the same way, the same food, even from the same area, right? You might have grew up eating at this fast food place, and then your children eat it, and yeah, you can send them up. Our genetics, right? So one of the things we could say, like, type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Type 2 is something that usually happens over the course of time due to environment and diet. Type 1 is usually something that you're born with, right? And learning more about the body, learning about some things that, we see a lot of genetic traits. And y'all know what that somebody might say that you look like your mama, you look like your daddy, you look like your auntie, right? Those are the genetic traits we talking about that pass down. But also sometimes inside your body, certain things. I give you a weird one for us, for my family. My uncle and my great uncle are, none of us are allergic to poison ivy or poison oak. My wife cannot get near it. My daughter can't either. But neither one of us are allergic to it. We don't break up. We don't break out. We don't have a reaction to it. Now that's a genetic thing because it's the same thing with my uncles. I don't know why, but it's some of the things, but you can see some of those traits. But sometimes it's simple things like you might have an issue with dust. And then that's me. Some people can be in a dusty environment. I react to it, right? My grandmother did too. It was something that, so it's some of the things that we don't know. That's why I said now that's a study you can do to know. That's why certain people to this day never tested positive for COVID. We don't know why. The genetics And then some people that have had COVID 5 or 6 times, right? And it's a DNA thing. And another thing about us, we got to be careful when we go to the doctor is they like to play guinea pig with us. They like to see how we respond. They like to see what happens, what don't happen, those type of things. So that's another thing because we always been to a lot of folks a science project, right? And they like to study us. They like to see how we react. And there has been belief in history, right, that we are superhuman. We're not human. We don't respond to different things. Why we are, especially for us being in the sun. A lot of the things that I know from COVID was people that had COVID had low vitamin D. And we were one of the main people that can get our vitamin D easily by just going outside. All right. And we were from those areas where we were in the sun a lot, and vitamin D was something that helped a lot of folks. But that's one of the things that stood out for a lot of folks that tested positive for COVID. So, brother, is there anything else you want to share with the good folks about the work that you're doing? Oh, you're working on something right now. Tell people what you're working on.
So right now, we're actually preparing to have a youth conference. So we had a big men's health conference back in late June. It went extremely well. But we're actually planning our first statewide youth conference. It's going to be at the Mississippi East Center. So we're still doing some of the planning and things right now, but we'll definitely get that information to y'all. Of course, we did the men's health conference last month, but we want to do something specifically for y'all, specifically for the youth. So we've kind of compiled a small youth council that's kind of letting us know, what are the things that y'all like to do, the type of messaging, the type of information that y'all want to hear. And so look for that. Definitely the folks here today will definitely make sure, we pass that information to y'all. But the conference, we're looking to have it early December. So like the first week of December, we're looking at possibly December 7th. It will be on a Saturday. And so, yeah, that's the next project we're doing. And we'll also be doing some things for Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in September, Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October, and of course, Alumni Weekend here at Tougaloo College. We'll be hanging out for that as well. So, yeah, we got a lot of good things coming up.
Now, with this youth, we got a lot of youth right here. And what's one of the major programs that you guys have going to target the youth that you're talking about?
So our major program that we have for targeting the youth is our tobacco and vaping prevention program. A lot of times with these tobacco companies, their whole marketing strategy, like they're not marketing and advertising toward people my age or even folks that's Mac age. Like their whole target audience is folks that are between 12 and 21. And so they're aiming their products and the things that they're doing, and the chemicals that they're using is meant to get young folks addicted early on. So when they do turn 21, they can just transition over to cigarettes or continue to vape. But the whole idea, the whole vaping concept, and the whole idea of their marketing strategy and the product itself is mainly the main goal of it is to be able to find a more lucrative way, a way to get folks hooked at an earlier age. And the age group that the product targets, the colors, the flavors that it uses, the messaging behind it, all of it is geared toward folks with who are in their early preteen ages. So when I go to schools and I talk to young folks about it, always the first thing I always say is like, we're not here to tell you what to do and not to do. Like, you're gonna do what you want to do. You're gonna do what your parents teach you to do. But it's your decision. But just be educated on what you're doing. Know the chemicals that's in it. Know how it's gonna affect your body. And for young folks, because their bodies are still developing, it's so detrimental to young people's health in the long run. Whether it's damage to the lungs or even some of the mental things that we're still learning, because the vaping stuff is so new that we're still taking time to kind of see what type of effect it has on someone that's been using it for 10 years or so. What are the long-term effects, because it's just so relatively new. So that's one of the main programs we have that's geared toward the youth. And we're also getting ready to partner with UMMC for a diabetes prevention program as well, because as some of y'all know, the Mississippi Delta has one of the highest amputation rates in the United States of America. It's literally amputation, the capital for amputations as it relates to diabetes. So so that's some of the work we're doing as well.
So some of us believe like the ancestors, the creator, the angels, somebody be speaking to you. Sometimes the things just pop in your head. And as you were talking, and as I'm looking across the room and I'm looking at Mr. Figures, and I'm thinking, I said, we really at Tougaloo, we could do a elective class of Tougaloo history. And meaning that there are so many attended this college that are constantly doing things or did things that you could just learn about that in itself, right? It's and the same thing that we talked about one time, and big shout out to Commissioner Stamps. We said when it comes to Black history, start local, start with your family, then start with your community, start with your town, and not taking anything away from anybody else. But there's so many people that's in your circle, in your family, that have contributed things to the community that have made Black history that we don't know about. And that, so I'm just thinking about the work that you're doing now and the work that you're doing with Dr. Melvin, and how that there are going to be journals and there are going to be different things to document about how you guys was able to take this information and educate us in our community, and you'll continue to make history. That's why our motto here is where history meets the future, right? And we continue to make history and continue to give to the community. So I thank you for coming up, brother. He got some stuff for y'all on that table. So when he come off stage, make sure y'all go check him out.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring my sign-in sheet around. I got some bags and some notebooks and things like that. I'm pass out, so I'll be around to y'all tables.
They're gonna come to you. They're gonna come to the table to check it out and get you get you. And we got a good worker. Where she go? They're gonna take some pictures of everything. So we can make sure y'all get some pictures in front of the Freedom Summer sign. Make sure y'all get some pictures at the booth. And then we're gonna get ready to go to our next part. DJ George Chuck, give us some music or a video, brother.
Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Give him a round of applause, guys.
Say real verses for most of the night. Talking and I'm turning, waiting for daylight, waiting for my life. I've been waiting for my life. This is the life is song. It's so easy, my hatred for breakfast and love. Sure. I'm in the sunshine. Lifting up the dream and let me chill with you. There no clouds to take me upward. Sleep spiritual. And then your propaganda. And then your propaganda. Get me propaganda. If you want to believe it, it's possible. Your love is your own power. Nobody else can leave with the lowdown. Nothing to slow down. So lovely.
Hey everyone, we get your attention real quick. We got another Tougaloo alum. We're gonna get ready to bless the food. Because one thing we learned about this movement, we gotta feed people, right? You need nourishment. So and then we're gonna go and get food and we're gonna watch a couple of videos of some of the work that we've done, some of the historic work done by Southern Echo and Brother Hollis. And then the next person you're gonna hear from will be our friend, our Baba, our teacher, Mr. Frank Figures, and talking about the history of Freedom Summer.
Let us pray. God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the activities that are taking place, Lord. We are praying that something is being received within the course of this weekend. Now we pray that you bless this food, may it be nourishment for our body. Thank you for all who are here and all who make up this great weekend of events. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
That is the great pastor, Coach Alvin Carter. He's been here. He works with that young man over there, Mr. Pilcher, and they do great things. They continue to make history meet the future as they advocate and work with students. All right. Other than that, let's get in line.
pick up from where we left off last night. We're going to do some small group work to I just want to set the stage for this. We're going to do some thinking and some assessment. Okay? We're going to help each other out. We bring two concepts together, history and battleground. Seeing history as a battleground. We're talking in this section about where we've been historically, where we are, and where we need to go. And every aspect of the historical process, what happens is the result of forces coming together and clashing with each other, often around policy, either in terms of the formation of policy, or the adoption of policy, or the implementation of policy. And so you can visualize it as a forces over here, clashing with forces over here, and what results comes from what is considered the outcome of that clash. Now, sometimes analytically, this is called the thesis, what somebody wants to do, and the opposition is called the antithesis or antithesis, and the resultant of these forces is called the synthesis. This is what comes out of the clash. Okay? For example, you may want to see education in the classroom around African American history. And you may want to say, no, we should only study history from the European point of view. Now, if people supporting you and the people supporting you struggle with this, something is going to be an outcome. It may be that the only thing you study is European viewpoint, because your capacity to make things happen or not happen with the power is greater, so much greater than yours at that point, that's what the outcome is. But through your organizing work, if your capacity to make things happen or not happen increases and becomes relatively greater through this period of time than yours has been, the result might be something different. Maybe you have a balance between the European and the African American, or some other result. But that's the idea here in terms of history as a battleground, as a policy battleground. Now, sometimes those clashes, as we know, became violent, right? Because that's one of the tools that's used in resolving disputes. It's not always done through conversation, right? So what we want to do in these small groups is to look at where we have been, where we are, and where we need to go in terms of education as a battleground. Why we do it? I want to get some overview, see if we come to some understanding about where we are right now in terms of this kind of struggle around education. Who are the players, right? What are the forces at work between the community? What are the goals of the players? Who has had the strength to control the result? What do we need to do to change that balance so that the result can come out to be much closer to what we want? Realistically, we're not going to be at a point that we can envision in our own lifetime where we're going to simply be able to control this result. It's going to be a battle, right?
Although African Americans may be a majority in the Delta, they're not a majority in the state as a whole. Black population in Mississippi, based on what appears to be the latest census estimates, still only going to be 37% of the whole state population. So we have an enormous amount of work to do to be able to try to control this result. And when we organized, we demonstrated that we had the capacity to change this result, right? So that's what we want to talk about in the small groups to lay the foundation for the policy discussions around 3 specific battlegrounds in the rest of the school, okay? I think we better count off again because we have some new people. And we may be missing some people have arrived from last night and so forth. So let's count off. Is the question clear about what the discussion is going to be? I made it too complicated? If not, let me try to clarify. Okay. We've got three parts, really. Where have we been? Where are we? Where we need to go? Just want to create a little overview of where we think we've been in terms of education, in terms of who's had control, and what they've done with it. Where we are now in this chain. At any one point in time, we're in the middle of our history, right? Yesterday, we were in the middle of it. Today, we're in the middle of it. Tomorrow, we will be in the middle of it. So given where we've been, and given where we are, where do we need to go? What do we need to accomplish? What are the changes we need, and how do we get it? We know. We'll take a little time to struggle with it. We're not going to come up with as if there's a perfect answer. There isn't. We want to struggle with thinking about it as a foundation for what we're going to be doing. Because everything we're going to do in discussing these 3 battleground areas is against the backdrop of understanding where we're going. Okay? Does that make it any better? Still tough? Let's struggle with it and see what happens. Okay? No? Too early in the morning? I know question marks when I see it. Part of the problem when we rushed last night is the laying foundation. An example, okay? I might say, look, where we have been is the white community has not wanted Black children to get an effective education because removing education also deprives people of the skills and tools they need to resist the circumstances they find themselves. That's what it was. I personally believe that's where we still are. That there's still that resistance, even though the language has changed. People have learned to talk differently and play different games about how to maintain that result. And I say that's where we are now. Okay? In terms of where we need to go, is that we need to change that. We've got to change the very premise, from my point of view, of the education system. And the premise now is Black children don't get an effective education. We've got to change that premise. But it's not enough to change the premise, we've got to change our capacity to make this happen. That's about building organization and leadership around a vision, or an understanding that this is what the struggle is. And as you know from your experience in the community, there is a uniform agreement about this. And a lot of people who are afraid, especially, even if they believe that, are reluctant to do something about it. Okay? But that's just.
And keeping in mind historical
received the work in terms of being a struggle. Okay. In other words, for example, when we were discussing last night, yes, education starts at home. And we need to take full responsibility for where our children start and where they end up. But we must recognize, if the premise is that here's how we're trying to open our children to the future, there are forces at work trying to shut that down. Among those forces at work is the public education system, committed historically and today the principle that Black children should not have the tools and skills with which to compete effectively with white children for the jobs of the future, for the political positions of the future, for the control of the enterprise, which control jobs and accumulation of wealth, and so forth. So what results here results from this clash, okay? And most children don't have a choice about whether to go to a public school or a private school, because their families don't have the resources to make that economic choice. So there has to be a struggle to change the direction, and which going to be done through control of these forces which are fighting what you're attempting to accomplish at home. Okay? And this will results from how well these battles are fought. Okay? So we have a whopping job to do to change this so that this can be real. Because if I take your child out of your home every day, 5 days a week, and I get them for 5, 6 hours, even if I can't make them see the way I want them to be, I sure can create confusion and uncertainty within your child. And if the premise of the child going to school is that they're open to learn, and I can confuse them so they're not sure, and they're hesitant, and they stop. That's all I need. I don't have to deprive them of all education. I just have to deprive them of enough so they have difficulty seeing themselves as being competitive. They can take themselves out of the picture because they can't see themselves in the picture. And I can accomplish that if I can have 5, 6 hours. Go ahead.
When we talk about the history, also I think about community, how this impacts community. When I was growing up, in my community, education was the key. We talked about that. So that's also a force that's impacting this whole education system. Although the curriculum was not African-based, the community was African-based. The spirit of the community was African-based. My grandfather was a feared Black man in the community from white folks. It was never seen, but I saw it in how he demonstrated what he did. He farmed, other people in the community farmed, so the community was independent. Achievement was the key. He talked about achieving, how education can take you from here to where you want to go. So that's also a force. It just wasn't the public education system. We were a part of that system, but it wasn't as oppressive and cruel. In my community, the teachers, the principal, we knew them. We could talk to them. They knew our parents, but it was a very different approach. So I guess I broaden it and I think about, okay, what are the other forces that are going on that's also impacting it? Right now, our political leaders in our own community aren't as caring. They don't listen to us sometimes when we go to the Capitol. That also impacts how we impact the education system. So I just wanted to add that. And somehow maybe all of us just sit here and talk about it because it helps to have other people's perspective. I looked around and I wasn't sure people were following you, but maybe if we all put it out there and sort of mixed it up and then go to group, we can understand I mean, at least to just have a conversation, because you make the layers, I saw that. People began to see that. I hope people understood what I was trying to add. Maybe other people have another force of impact in this that they can bring to the front, how we see what's going on. Prisons in our community, we know that can happen.
If we're gonna have a choice, we need to make it down to one way or the other. If you wanna have a conversation as a group as a whole, that's fine. But there won't be time to then go to small groups and keep on the schedule. I'm not about being in small groups, but it's not like we can go. There's a time to do that. Right, that's what we want to give you a small group setting to do, then come back, have some discussion in the large group.
Well, we should in a small group, because I don't hear people, how do you know people understand what we want to do?
Who is it that don't understand what you're asking? Is there anybody that don't understand what you're asking in a small group? We got one. So other people feel that you got good enough understanding to have that discussion in a small group. We see the hands of those. We see the hands of those who feel that you understand what is being asked of you enough to have that discussion in a small group. So why don't we do this? Because we got three people, can we get further understanding so that they can participate in the small group? Why don't we pull those three to the side? We all count off and break off into the group. Everybody else go to the respective group. You can pull those three people to the side and have a further discussion with them. And when they feel that they have the understanding, then they can join the group that they have been assigned. Can you do that? I think it is my hand. Because she made it clear to everybody. When we get this small group, everybody knows what to do. What she did is good for me. Well, what we're trying to do is get the largest input from people. If we got people broke off three different groups, three people can talk at the same time. Whereas in the large group, only one person can talk at a time. And we felt that after having input from everybody in the small group, then we could come back and discuss that general overall piece and thinking that comes from the small group, of which we all could have a general benefit, but in terms of the small amount of time that we felt that we could get more people, more ideas, more expressions out there with having the 3 to 4 people talking at the same time. That was the thinking of why we do that. Yes, sir. So can we move on? Let's count off. Let's start 3 groups again. 1.
Annie? What are, group one is over here, group two is back there, and group. Good change. We're all set down, please, so get started. I want to make one comment. As you can see, once you get started into this discussion, it gets really good, right? Yeah. And we hate to have to cut it short. But there is a lesson in this. This kind of discussion shouldn't be reserved for once or twice a year, or however often we come together in these gatherings. We need to be having these discussions in the community, especially between the younger and older folks, to develop this sense of our history and an understanding of it as a foundation for everything that we are doing, so that the work has a context which we can all understand and which is common to all of us, and is the basis for our understanding of us, of our community, and being a community. Let's have the reports back, and we'll take a little bit of time for discussion, and we'll have to try to recapture some of this time as we go along during the day. Which group wants to go first? And if you use the microphone, everybody will be able to hear you. Which one? Just come on up. Group, this is group two. You can explain what you did. Come on up, group two now. Now you don't want to sit there and hide. Take ownership of this. Go.
We'll start really loud with give it here. Sorry. Give us. Yes, please. You're too, and we got really into our conversation. We talked about where we had been in education, and the first thing we did was that we were enslaved, and we had supposedly no formal education, supposedly. But we looked at that picture, and in actuality, that was not true. Our kingdoms came with what we considered as PhDs and master's degrees. Only ships that came over as slaves, the only thing that we probably were ignorant of was the language. We talked about the different things that we brought with us, the mathematics and sciences. All of those things were not being taught to us. As I said, the only thing we probably were ignorant of was the language. We brought to us the culture and the economic development. We brought with us kingdoms. We knew how to go in and set up and build empires, and Europeans used that. We were trying to understand where we were in order to survive. So we got kind of thrown in a little bit of confusion because we had to adapt. In a lot of cases, when slaves came on, they not just had to learn in English, they had to learn Dutch or Portuguese or whomever their captors were. They had to be able to adapt to that environment. Y'all remember? Children, y'all remember?
Can we introduce the whole discussion over there?
Okay, so
Okay, so we'll do the report, everybody gets a chance to report.
we were, and then we survived the violence. We were terrorized by the violence of the lynching, and we were imposed on the European norms were imposed upon our culture.
You can on a day like this that feel like summer. I feel like summer.
All right, all right, all right. How everybody feeling? Y'all just ate. How y'all feeling? Good. So now y'all just got finished watching a video from Southern Echo trainings that we went to on this campus back in '98. And I know that Sister Rosa, Helen, Brother Hollis Spirit, they are in this room. And guess what they're telling me to do? Y'all need to stand up. Come on. Everybody on their feet. Let's go. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. All right. Now, we're going to stand up. We're going to stretch. Come on, stretch. All right. You got to get that itis off. Got to get that itis off, right? So you move around a little bit. Chuck, give us a little moving around. A little moving around music. All right. Come on now. Y'all just move around. Get a little move. Get it going. I can't sing. So at this point in time, they will start singing. That is not my gift. So we're not going to do that to y'all. Just move around a little bit. Come on, y'all. A little music. There you go. There you go. There you go. Fit a groove. I know what they need, Chuck. I know what they need. I know what to get them moving. With this Holmes County crew, we might need to go dig in that Southern Soul bag. They might trail ride. They might need something to get them. You know, we got to change it up for the times. We might have to do something a little bit different to get this crew moving. Let's see what they got. Let's see what we got. DJ George Chuck is about to dig into the bag. About to see what we about to come out with. We're going to get them moving. Health now. Health is key component. We got to get moving. We got to get this energy up. Let's see what he got. All right, here we go. Y'all ready? Where y'all at? Where y'all at? There they go. There they go. Oh, there you go. We got a former cheerleader in the back. She ready. She still got the moves, y'all. She still got the moves. Y'all ain't ready? All right, all right, all right. Get the energy going. Get the energy going. All right. 15 more seconds. Get it in. 10 more seconds. Get it in. Uh-oh. It's a challenge. Challenge, challenge, challenge. Oh, we got a challenge going on in the back, Chuck. Chuck, we got a challenge going on in the back. Oh, go, 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 go. All right. All right. All right. All right. Do your dance. Do your dance. All right. 5 more seconds. You got to get it in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, hey, 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 hey. Where you at, Chris? You ain't moving, boy. Where you at? Oh. Up. Uh-oh. All right. All right, Chuck. We got to calm him down, Chuck. We got to calm him down, Chuck. All right, all right, all right. Y'all done had too much fun. Come on. Y'all jump around with all that food on y'all stomach. Next, you're gonna have a stomach ache. While y'all standing, we're gonna give a round of applause for one of the folks that we know that we hold dear, that has been fighting in this struggle, that has continued to teach, continue to advocate, continue to answer the phone when you say, brother, I need you. We talk about Mr. Frank Figures, another Tougaloo alumni, and he's going to come and talk to us about why civic engagement is important and the history of Freedom Summer. Give it up for Mr. Frank Figures. Mr. Frank, grab your mic off that blue tablecloth right there. Come up there. Come on up here. Come on up here. We got a nice seat for you. Now, Mr. Frank voice is well known because he's also moderated several documentaries, and you might have heard him every now and then when campaign season come around. So this is a gentleman. Have a seat, Mr. Frank. First of all, we want to thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Make sure we got you turned on right there. We know you ain't no strangers to this. Check, check. There you go.
Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Epps.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Figures. So we talk about a lot of the things, why we learned and why we do what we do. And a lot of times people don't know, especially we're talking about a whole nother generation, why we do these things. So introduce yourself to the folks, tell them who you are, where you from, and you know, a little bit about yourself. Some things that they might not know.
Okay. My name is Frank Figures, and as I was sharing there, I graduated from Tougaloo in the class of 1971. What you may not know is that I actually graduated in 1972. I was a little slow student. I was having a lot of fun up here on this campus. And I was telling somebody, asked me what my major was, and I said that it was sociology, but I also like one course in having another major in African studies and another course and had two courses in having a major in education. So I was born and raised in Jackson, and where I live right now, I can look out of the back door and see where my grandmother and grandfather's house was, and a little bit to the right and see the house that I was raised in.
Wow. You know, it's funny that you say that. We talk about folks from the East Coast, like in the New York area, and the different neighborhoods and boroughs, and why their family is so strong, because they really never move out of the neighborhood. They really just kind of move down the street or whatever in the case, but they stay connected to their heritage. The same corner store they shopped at when they was a child, now they watch the transition and things like so that speaks a lot that you could stay invested in your community. You stay. Tell us a little bit about what that means to you, because you raise your family in the same neighborhood.
Yes. I'm actually living on land that's been in my family. I'm living on land that's been in my family for over 100 years. And our daughter is the fourth generation of both my wife and my family to live in that same geography.
That's history. So we talked about it earlier. Sometimes we look around for history, but we got history right under our nose and family. And for us, for people that comes from another land and brought to stolen land, and then we still didn't live on our own land. And for your family to be right here in Jackson and been living on their own land right here in this city for 100 years, that means a lot. Yeah, that means so. I guess you could share one or two things connected to of civic engagement, why it's important, but also the history of Freedom Summer. So you graduated in 71. So your age around Freedom Summer, how did it connect to you? How did it affect you?
It affected me. I was 14 years old in 1964. And what I had began to see was a lot of change on the horizon.
Uh-huh.
Now, I saw freedom riders when they came to Jackson. But I also saw people in my own neighborhood, guys in my own neighborhood that were doing what freedom riders were coming to Mississippi to do
Right.
in 1961. In fact, they were in jail when freedom riders got here in late May. Some of the guys in my neighborhood were already in jail and got sent to Parchman with the freedom riders.
Wow. And so for y'all who don't know, Parchman, it was a part of Parchman Farms, Parchman Penitentiary, is a prison here in the Delta of Mississippi. And we know folks that were locked up as he speak just for trying to register folks to vote in 1961 through 1964. Not for committing a crime, not for fighting, not for things we see today, but simply that clipboard on that front table is sit there just to register y'all to vote. You will go to jail just for that, for registering black people to vote. So I guess that talks about the importance of it. What was the whole important thing about why was it to trying to get black folks registered to vote? What was the hope that it was going to change?
Well, people realize a couple of things that with voting comes a certain amount of power.
Mhm.
When you can vote, you can elect the people of your choice. And with the hope of the people of your choice implementing and developing policies of your choice. So it's more than just voting for personalities and people. You're actually voting for policies. What policies do you want to exist in your community? How do you want the world to look for your children, for your grandchildren coming along in the future? What kind of world do you grow up in? Well, you make that world by developing policies. How is the school system going to look? What's going to be the economic structure?
Mhm.
How are health care going to be provided and implemented? The young man before me said that the Mississippi Delta is the amputation capital of the world. More people lose their limbs because of preventable diseases than any place else on earth. So what can you do to change that, to make the world better? It's better to walk on two legs than it is on one. It's better to be as well as you can be than it is to be sick. So what can you do? Policies determine that.
So the connecting factor was if we can elect folks that have our same, I wouldn't say ideology, but we're going to champion the things that we're going to help make our community better and create those policies, it will help create a better way of life for black folks. So what are a few things from back then in 1964 were some of the things that was important to you as a 14-year-old or that you saw important to the adults that you were hoping the policy would change?
Well, one thing, Mr. Epps, being raised where I was raised and coming up the way I was, I had to go to church a whole lot. And I didn't necessarily like it, but it was because everybody else was going, and I went to church, went to Sunday school, and what I was hearing that was being taught and spoken about within a church service or a Sunday school class was an ideal world. For instance, do unto others as you would have them do to you. Uh, that that's kind of the way I felt the world should go. That if you wanted somebody to treat you well, then you treat them well. Now, what I saw, the connection between that and say a freedom rider, well, freedom riders was trying to get good treatment.
Right.
Good treatment in a segregated system. See, there were two Mississippis, and they were separate and unequal. But the struggle was to make two Mississippis one Mississippi, or at least the Mississippi that we have today. And Freedom Riders were doing that. Now, when they went to Parchman in the 1st of June of 1961, and they stayed till near the end of August. Well, when they got out of Parchman, because of a lady named Miss Ella Baker, she said, well, let's allow these young people an opportunity to work at this full time. And so Freedom Riders at that point transitioned those that accepted the responsibility to do freedom work full time. They accepted the responsibility to be in freedom workers. And some of them were Tougaloo College students. Some of them had just finished high school. Some of them came from a lot of different places and a lot of different spaces in life. And they were deployed around the state of Mississippi.
Wow.
But they had one rule.
What was that?
Miss Baker said, you aren't to be leaders, but you are to assist leaders. Now, they made the broad assumption that within every community, there are already leaders. And your responsibility going into a foreign community or a community where you don't know nobody is not for you to be the leader, but you are to develop and assist leaders.
Right.
And so freedom workers did that across the state of Mississippi. They went into communities and they assisted leaders. They helped develop leaders. In other words, they helped leaders be leaders. Now, for the first time in Mississippi, you had a whole class, a whole segment of workers that were assisting leaders full time. They didn't have any other responsibility but to do that full time. And in doing that, guess what they did?
What's that?
They saw the connection between voting and literacy. You know, the film was talking about the school system. You see, back then, in those days, you could say that the average descendant of the formerly enslaved population went to school 3 months out of a year.
Yeah.
And the
non-crop months.
And then the descendant of the non-enslaved population went to school 9 months out of a year.
White folks, farm owners.
And so in that situation, they could tie literacy to voting rights.
Correct.
So you had to take a literacy test. Now, the literacy test was a test just like we take now, but it also was a subjective test. So not only did they ask you basic literacy questions about interpreting the Constitution of the state of Mississippi, which we all have to abide by, they also ask you subjective questions like how many bubbles in a bar of soap or how many feathers on a chicken. So freedom workers went in local communities and assisted people in developing their literacy skills. That created another group of people that were freedom fighters because they took the risk of going down to the voter registration to the courthouse and attempt to register to vote. So in 1963, there was a large number of people attempting to register to vote, but now they wasn't getting registered. They were just going and attempting to register to vote. Now, Mississippi is a mean place, Mr.
Really?
Epps. It's a mean place.
Is it?
And Mississippi cut off by the end of 1962. It was so many people going to attempt to register to vote. Mississippi said, I tell you what we gonna do. We gonna cut off the commodity food program
Mm-hmm.
for everybody in these counties. And they cut off the commodity food program in October of 1962 just because people were attempting to register to vote. Mississippi was willing to do anything that it could to keep things as close as possible to the way that it had always been.
I think I heard a lot of this story. For those, I want y'all to make sure y'all paying attention because, again, if you don't know your history, you're destined to repeat it. So what is known today is food stamps, right? They gave away commodity boxes back then. And then they did it when I was growing up. You get food stamps, and then certain times you go and they'll give you a box. And we had it, that can of peanut butter that say peanut butter. You had to stir the oil up on top of it. They had that can of beef that just said beef, a can of pork that just said pork. We don't know where it came from, who made it. It wasn't no Oscar Mayer. It was none of that on there. It was just a can. And what we talked about, I think they call it wick, right?
Mhm.
Wick cheese, that big old block of cheese that you could never cut straight. It's amazing how we took those things that they wouldn't feed their animals and turn it around and was able to make a cuisine out of it. But from what I understand that story, some of the folks came to our rescue. This happened in the Mississippi Delta. And some folks by the name of Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, even Dick Gregory, they sent food to the Delta. So that trick didn't work. So that just lets you guys know that we fight in 2024 when we have food deserts. And then all of a sudden in your neighborhood and the grocery store leaves, right? Or something else happens. This ain't nothing they just started. They know that you need to eat, and you need to eat good quality food. So that's part of the history, the civic engagement. So the connectivity, what you see now from 64 to 24, what are some of the same things you see happening?
Well, you just mentioned one, and that is food. Uh, Food is so very important.
Yes, sir.
So one of the things that came during Freedom Summer was Freedom Farms, where people also, in addition to movie stars donating food to people also develop ways that they could feed themselves by having community gardens, community co-ops. Holmes County
Right.
is famous for one food cooperative.
Mousen.
That's right. That's
Mousen
the
Co-op.
oldest cooperative in the country. But it was energized because of the Freedom Farm initiatives
Right.
that was started by Mrs. Hamer and many others.
So for y'all, Holmes County, right? Y'all know what Chula, y'all know what Mousen is. All right, so Mousen Community Center, which one of the folks you saw, Brother Hollis, they did a lot of work with organizing the farmers. And and for y'all might not know now, farmers got other stuff they keep with them besides feed and axes to work in the farm. They keep other things too. That's why that community was so strong. So you have living history. Holmes County also was one of the areas that had where black men owned the most land, most farmers in the country. So don't let anybody tell you that don't nothing good come out of Holmes County and that Holmes County is not in the history books of doing something positive. So we got to keep that going. We want y'all to know all the things that are happening in your area are happening in your area. So, so the food, the civic engagement piece. How do you sometimes feel like they're trying to steal our vote, Mr. Figures? What can you share about that in relation to 1964?
Well, in 1964, not only were literacy tests and the way that people went to school a barrier, but there was also a thing that they call poll tax, where in order to vote, you actually had to pay a tax to vote. Now, the challenge with that is, remember now, there were two Mississippis.
Right.
They were separate and unequal. Unequal in school system, but also in unequal in wages. So a descendant of the formerly enslaved population may make uh 60 cents, but
60 cents or what?
60 cents a day.
Wow.
And descendant of the non-enslaved population may make $1.20 a day. But a gallon of gas or a loaf of bread or a pair of shoes costs the descendant of the formerly enslaved population the same that it costs the non-enslaved population. But the wages were so much different.
Right.
So the paying a tax to vote when the descendants of the non-enslaved population they could get by because without having to pay that tax, because the law and the Constitution also said that if you could prove that somebody in your family voted before 1861, you would be grandfathered in. So the descendants of the formerly enslaved populations were enslaved before 1861. So they couldn't prove that nobody voted. As a result, they had to pay the tax to vote. So in addition to paying the tax, the education system, then there was the intimidation. And the intimidation was just off the chain, the way people say it now. People were losing their jobs because they attempted to vote. People were uh, houses and churches getting bombed and blew up, especially at the beginning of 1963. After cutting off food didn't work, the state of Mississippi intensified the struggle, and they became more violent against freedom workers and freedom fighters. And they were blowing up churches. I think more churches got blown up and bombed between 1963 and 1964 until it was just unbelievable. And then the state of Mississippi had the audacity to say that the people were blowing up their own churches and their own houses in an effort to get attention. But they had forces like citizens councils and Ku Klux Klans and white leagues and all of these and sovereignty commissions and all of these kind of things that were promoting keeping the culture, the society as close as possible to the way that it existed before 1861.
So before 1861, you hear that a lot. We talk about when our folks, or a lot of Africans, were enslaved. And I'm just listening to you talk about the history of Mississippi and the tactics we see now that's connected to it. Like the threatening, we've had that happen with movements in Mississippi when it became to Initiative 42, which was the fully fund public education, where they told folks that if we fund education, we're gonna have to cut these programs. People gonna lose their jobs, and people like, I want the children to get education, but I got to feed my family. So people didn't vote for the initiatives, and they still stole it, and they still cut the programs. So they still punished you for trying to fight for more. I think it's right now, education, and we talked about the importance of it, had taken another step where now it's against the law in Mississippi to even talk about what we talk about now in a school setting, for them to learn about it, the race theory, and also it's illegal for abortion, which also was started by white folks. I want to put that out there, right? That's in the Southern Echo. We talk about engaging in truth telling, the old days of the Echo, and that's something we picked up and continue. That it was started. This is how the process started. It's all about a control factor, and part of the work that we want to do is continue to groom and raise the next generation of fighters. The reason that the age group is so important. Who's 14 in here? Anybody 14? All right, who's 16? Who's 17? Who's 18? All right. So at 14, Mr. Figures was in tune to what was going on in his community, and he knew how important it was because he saw it as part of something that he was going to have to get involved in, that he knew that he was going to be a part of. And that's why it's always important for to have the younger folks here to understand that it's your turn. And it don't have to be tomorrow. I mean, it don't have to be when you turn 25. It's what can you do now at the age of 14? What can you do now at the age of 15? And if you can't do anything but 10 workshops like this and learn, it's very important to do that. It's very important. So, Mr. Figures, have your life ever been threatened for doing this work?
And I'm glad you asked that. Here's one thing that happened when I was 14. My mother said to me, now look, don't you get involved in that stuff because your father will lose his job and we depend on that job. And so I say, okay, but now I'm gonna have to admit, now I was a boy and I was a kind of rowdy fella. And so I would have to leave home and act like I was going someplace else in order to go to a freedom school that people had set up in 1964. And I did that just to find out, sometime when you tell somebody don't do a thing, that's the thing that they do.
I'm finding that out right now.
And so, I did look for ways to get involved when I was young. But guess what? My father still lost his job, even though I thought that I was doing stuff that didn't nobody know about. Now, what I didn't know, and maybe my parents knew that, was they had this thing called the Mississippi Sovereignty Commission. And what the Mississippi Sovereignty Commission did was it was like a secret police. That would be in places.
They watching you.
That watched you. And then if they found out, who you were, they might follow you to find out where you live. And then they would go to the places of employment where your people work and say something to the bosses, and then the bosses would terminate the employees. And that was one thing that happened in my household when I was young, when I was 14 years old.
So they were that threatened by a 14-year-old black boy attending a meeting that they terminated your father, which putting you in a position where you're going to have to be totally dependent on them and all the free programs to eat. Kind of like they wanted to implement a bill to do drug testing for everybody that received food stamps. That was one thing that they tried to do recently. I'm just hearing what you're saying there, man. It's thinking about the fear factor of knowing that your livelihood, now life, and also was changed just by you trying to find out about what was happening and them watching you and spying on you. And we're dealing with that today, right? We call it AI. We call it different things where they're finding out things that folks are doing. But it's the knowledge is power. It truly is. I was going to ask you another thing though, Mr. Figures. So for you as a student at Tougaloo, what happened? Tell us about some of that.
Now, by the time I came to Tougaloo for the first summer, similar to the way that these young people are here in the summer of 1966. Now, a significant thing had happened a little earlier in the summer of 1966. Now, it's just 2 years after
64.
After 64. So in the summer of 1966, I was in the Upward Bound program.
Okay.
And It was the first time they had ever had Upward Bound. And but just maybe about a month before the Upward Bound started, it was in June, right here on this very spot used to be the Tougaloo's football field.
Okay.
And on that football field, there was this march that started, that James Meredith started, called the March on Mississippi. And after 3 or 4 attempts to shut that march down, Tougaloo opened up its doors, you might say, to the marchers, and they camped out on this campus. But one important thing came out of that was I heard Brother Hollis singing, "I want my freedom and I want my freedom now." Freedom now had been the slogan of the movement from 1960 all the way up through 1966. What you want? Freedom. When you want it? Now. Freedom now. But on that march, a new slogan came out. And now what had happened was the Civil Rights Bill of 1964 had happened. That opened up accommodations, and it also equalized wages. So 2 people could work the same job and get the same pay.
Right.
And then in 1965, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 had happened, which gave everybody an affirmative right to vote. No poll tax, no education requirement, just apply and you'd be registered to vote. Could nobody tell you no? Now it becomes a question of power, the power to determine your destiny, the power to get the kind of policies that you need for a better life and a fair deal.
Mhm.
And who had been denied that power? Well, Black people had been denied that power. So the slogan became Black Power. So can you imagine on a abandoned football field where where this building is built, on one night in June, everybody in unison were saying Black Power, Black Power. And that was the charge. So when I came to Tougaloo, I came under that banner.
Oh, wow.
I came under the Black Power. We are now ready to get everybody registered and get people elected so that they can have the power to make just and humane policies for everybody, which would lead everybody to a better life and a fair deal.
So one other question before we ask if anybody have any question. So at what point in time did you and Brother Hollis pass cross? When did y'all first meet?
Actually, in that summer of 1966, when I came here as a student in the Upward Bound program, Brother Hollis was around this campus, and he would often be found recruiting students from campus to go out into the community and conduct voter registration campaigns,
Wow.
voter registration drives. And as a result, just over that way, kind of northwest from where we're sitting right now, is a community around Livingston Road and Ridley Hill Church and Rocky Hill Church. Well, those people in that community actually ran their own candidates.
Wow.
For supervisor, for council, for leadership positions around around Madison County, because that was what you might call an independent pocket of Black people who didn't depend a lot on external forces for their livelihood. They farmed, they grew stuff, they made stuff, and then they had the power to elect or attempt to elect their own neighbors. to these offices.
Well, so when I hear you say that, you think about some of the terms we heard from folks that talk about do for self, self determination, empowerment, being ownership. And I think about for me, I became a health care advocate by default, advocating for my family. Right, poor black family from Holmes County. You always treated a certain way when you go to the hospitals. So the more I learned about healthcare and policy, and the more I was able to hold folks accountable about how they took care of my grandmother or my uncles, the question always came up: who do you work for? Now, what did you said you do for a living? Now, you have never exposed or said what you did. Now, what did you say you do for a living? And I think about the words that you talk about, how the control factor, right? How they want to know who you work for or what you did so they could be able to cause a problem for you. And that was a tactic that they, as recent as March, when my uncle went to the hospital, that someone asked me, now, are you in the healthcare field? What do you work at? That conversation, because us being self-sufficient and independent creates a fear factor, and also it's another thing, because it's crazy, because you want to control you in one hand and say that all you do is use up programs and subsidies and nobody want to work, but then when you have more with yourself and the less you need from anybody else, it's a threat. So right now, right, I'm just talking. Anybody else had any questions? Anybody want to ask Mr. Figures a question or comment on anything that he talked about already? Don't be shy. Now, Brother Haas will say, if you take the F. I got one. Oh, hold on. Let me get up. You got another mic, Chuck? He said, take the F. He used to walk around us and put an F on your shirt. That means fear. So never have a fear. Never be afraid to speak out. And you stand up and say your name. Come on now. Holmes County, represent.
My name Kamir Sly.
Okay.
I want to know, do we have kids?
Do you have children, Mr. Figures?
Yes, I have a girl, a daughter, and her name is Farida Tabichi Figures. You know her?
Mm-mm.
What's that mean?
Farida is from the Arabic language. Now, they speak Arabic in a good portion of the continent of Africa. And so my wife and I chose an Arabic name, which means precious jewel. And then her middle name is Tabichi. And Tabichi is from the area around Nigeria, the Igbo language. And Tabichi means praise God. So her name, Farida Tabichi, is precious jewel, praise God. That's what she is for us.
Boy, look at that. Okay, we have another question.
Yeah, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, hold the mic close to your mouth.
Okay, my name's Arnisha Fisher, and I want to know how you say and spell your name.
How to spell your name. Say and spell your name.
My name is Frank, which is Frank, and then my last name is Figures, Figgers.
All right, we have another question.
My name is Deadriana Sly, and I want to know where you from.
Where you from? Oh, you told about the community. What's the name of your community?
I live in Jackson, and I live in what is called the Georgetown community of Jackson. It's the area between Hawkins Field and the Medical Mall.
All right, another question?
Hey, my name is Welka Winters, and I want to know, how is your life now versus then when you was growing up?
How's your life now versus when you were growing up?
Oh, now that's a deep question. There.
That's an onion.
when when I was growing up, I grew up in the 50s and the 60s. There were a lot of barriers uh, for Black children, for Black young people. Remember now, there were two Mississippis, and they were separate and unequal. But the real battle was, the fight was, the movement was to make two Mississippis one Mississippi, or at least the Mississippi that we have today. So growing up in that other Mississippi, there were a lot of barriers, places I couldn't go just because of the color of my skin, things that I couldn't do because of the color of my skin. There were certain things that just could not be just because of where I was born and where I lived and the color of my skin. But now those things exist to a lesser extent than they did when I was growing up. So people like my daughter grew up in a different world because there was a whole lot of things that I couldn't do that she could, and she has done it. And so with you all, there are even more things available. And when people like Mr. Epps bring people together like we are now to talk about these things, that makes things better. And that's what we want, a better life and a fair deal. But how are we going to get it unless we're able to talk about it and discuss it? Thank you, Mr. Epps, for bringing us together.
I thank you, Mr. Figures, for help continue to teach and plant the seed. Now, what I tell y'all earlier, where are the most important people at? Where are the most important people at? I can't hear y'all. Where are the most important people at?
In Holmes County.
Not where? In this room. Where y'all at? But y'all, the most important people are in this room right now, right? Meaning that there are a lot of people that are not here. There are a lot of people that maybe wanted to be here, but you are here. And it's the right amount of people that's here because y'all can learn. And this is a workshop. This is a training. This is something that we're living. We had another question. Oh, is this the youngest one in the bunch right here? How old are you?
11.
Okay, what's your question?
How old are you now?
Oh, Lord, how old are you now? That's a loaded question.
I'm blessed to be able to say this. And I'm going to say it this way. And I'm going to see, can you figure it out? On my next birthday, I'll be 3/4 of a century old.
75.
Yes, that's right. That's what I'm talking
She
about.
can count, buddy.
Yeah.
She got all the money in her piggy bank. Y'all ain't gonna get her.
No, this girl got a question.
All right, don't be shy. Come on now.
My name is Araya Watson, and I would like to know what's your daughter's name represent again?
What's your
My daughter's name is Farida. And Farida is a Arabic, comes from the Arabic language. And in North Africa, especially, the predominant language that people speak is Arabic. So in Arabic, Farida, Fareeda, means precious jewel. But then in Central Africa, Central West Africa, there's a big country, in fact, the largest country on the continent of Africa called Nigeria. And in Nigeria, one of the major languages in Nigeria is Igbo, Ibo. And in Igbo, her name is Tobechi, Tobechi. Tabichi means praise God in the Igbo language. I've tested it. I've seen some people that were from Nigeria, and I found out they were from the Igbo speaking part of Nigeria. And I said, Tabichi. And they say, yeah, praise God, praise God. Yeah. So that's our daughter's name, Farida Tabichi.
All right. Did we have another question?
Yes.
What you got?
Hey, my name is Shakiris. How long have you been living on your family land? I mean, on your family land.
How long you been living on your family land?
So 72 years. Because remember now, the house that I grew up in was on that land. And then the house that I built is on that land. But for 2 years, my wife and I had to live someplace else.
My name is Shania Wade, and my question is, what school did you graduate from, and did you major in sociology?
I graduated from Tougaloo College and majored in sociology.
Okay.
You want to know where I graduated high school?
What was your high school?
Yes.
Okay, now that's interesting. I graduated from a high school called Holy Ghost High School. It doesn't exist anymore. But I also went to Lanier High School. Now, Lanier does exist. Our daughter graduated from Lanier High School, and my wife graduated from Lanier High School. People say Lanier High School.
Oh, 833 Nation. Yeah, that's the only high school I know that got a hand sign. There you go. Here you go, the 833. Throwing up them gang signs. There they go. We got enough. You give it back to Chuck. All right. So anybody else had any questions? All right, just like we did last time, we're gonna get Mr. Figures down. We're gonna take some pictures. We're gonna talk to him. We're gonna play a little music up and keep things going. Now, in 2015, as I stated before, civil rights attorney Carol Rhodes, Black Family Summit, Brother Hollis Watkins was the moderator, and they said out of their mouth when they was back in the 60s when they were fighting for political power, they wish they had done more around economic power. So the next person we hear, we're going to talk about economics. We're going to talk about budgeting. We're going to talk about financial freedom. We changed the tone. So anybody that want to talk about credit, that's the new age, talk about ways to make money. Those things are going to come out next, right? And then we're going to get into our healing and mental health at the end of the day. All right, so we're going to play a little music and we're going to have a little fun. And then everybody give a round of applause to Mr. Frank Figures.
For those of you that are tuning in via Facebook, we thank y'all for tuning in, tapping in. Make sure you leave a comment and share this with somebody via their Facebook Messenger so they can go back and check it out later. But once again, we thank y'all for chiming in and gathering with us digitally. Right now, we've got a little line dancing going on. Young people have been asking great questions, and it is all of the right people in the room, and we hope to have you next time. Program will be beginning again shortly.
of applause. Sit down, Michelle. Cut your mic on. Now I'm pushing to hold it. Give me this mic. It's on. All right, hold up a little close.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Way. I am a real estate agent, and I've been doing real estate for 23 years in the state of Mississippi. I'm also a credit coach, and what that is who can tell me in this group what credit is?
Anybody know what credit is?
Anyone can answer that question?
Somebody said other people's money.
Who said that?
Michelle. You remember Michelle, the camera.
Camera. I gotta extend the camera. Okay, guys. So I can't.
She's very interactive.
I'm very interactive.
And I had to slow her down because she'll jump in.
I'll jump in.
So hold on. All right, so let's back up, Michelle. You told them, you said you are a real estate agent, right?
Uh-huh.
So you got into real estate 23 years ago.
Mhm.
And first of all, tell everybody where you from.
I'm from Texarkana.
Texarkana.
Mhm.
And a little bit about yourself, something that's unique. You grew up in Texarkana, and what school you went to, and then how you ended up in Mississippi.
I went to Texarkana Independent School District, graduated, went to Arkansas State University, got married, and moved to Shreveport, Louisiana. And my husband called me and said, "Hey, we just got transferred to Mississippi." And I was like, "Really?" And moved here, didn't know anyone in Mississippi.
Right.
And I've been here ever since, got my real estate license. And in that, before I got into real estate, I was doing credit kind of for my friends, kind of helping with their credit. And as an agent in the state of Mississippi, I'll run across people that couldn't get qualified for mortgages. They couldn't buy a home because they had credit issues. And they would get turned down. But when I would look at their credit, it really wasn't their credit. It was the fact that they didn't understand credit. And so what I ran across as an agent was constantly people would have a credit card with a $500 limit, okay? But they would owe $499.99. And every month they were paying that $25 minimum payment, which out of that $25, $24 was going to interest. So I'm gonna give you an example of what was happening to people.
So everybody know anybody with a credit card? Y'all know what a credit card is? I know we got an 11-year-old. Matter of fact, the last time Michelle did this at the family conference, it was a 13-year-old that got it quickly.
Got it quick.
All right, so we're gonna have some prizes now, which y'all make sure y'all paying attention.
Pay attention. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give Mac this right here. Okay, this is gonna be his loan. You see that? So that's his loan.
Rice Krispie treat.
I gave him a loan of a Rice Krispie treat. Okay. Now, if you notice, I got a handful of candy, right? So how interest works is the banks give Mac a loan, right? But interest means you got to pay something on top of it. So I'm going to give this right here to the bank because that's 4% interest, but the loan is higher. So now I got to give this to Mac, which is 8%. But now I've got to give this to Mac, which is 14%. Then I got to give this to Mac, which is 20% interest. You see what I just showed you? So Mac got a loan, and this is Mac's loan.
The Rice Krispie treat.
Rice Krispie treat. But the bank said, wait a minute, you got to pay us money to borrow this money. So they took all my candy. Y'all see what happened? Because I had to give it to them because of interest. Now, let me explain to you the difference. Mac has excellent credit. He understands credit. So Mac took the loan out, but the only thing he gave him was that. You think the banks are happy about that?
Because you get to keep your candy.
I get to keep my candy. I get to give him a piece, but I get to have the rest. And if Mac had basic and average credit, he'd give him this, would still leave Mac something. If Mac had so-so credit, it'd be this. Mac would still have something. But because Mac has bad credit, Mac gives him this. Mac has nothing. So let me explain to you what I just showed you.
Get your candy back.
You got my candy back?
Oh,
okay.
no, I dropped one.
2 parked vehicles at a red light, right? The first red light, they're both parked. Both of them are 2024 Toyota Camrys, right? One person at the red light is only paying $600 a month. This person is parked right beside them with the exact same things in their car is paying $1,200 a month. Now, mind you, they're both 2025 Toyota Camrys with the exact same thing in it. So why does one person pay $600 and someone else pay $1,200? You know why? Because of their credit. And sometimes, and most likely, the lack of education when it comes to credit. So what that person that went in there that's paying $1,200 a month for the exact same vehicle that someone else is driving for $600 a month didn't understand credit whatsoever. Credit is a borrowing power, right? And so what happens is we get credit, Mac, and they give us $500 loan. You know how far $500 goes?
Probably right there to that door.
To the door.
Yeah.
But we can't make it out the campus with $500. So why would we accept something that we don't need? Because it sounds good. Now, are we building credit? Yes, this is $500. But let's go 500 to 1,000. 1,000 to 2,500.
Right.
2,500 to 5,000. 5,000 to 10,000. 10,000 to 15,000. 15,000 to 30,000. Guess what you can change with a loan with $30,000? You can open that business. You can start with your inventory. But if you keep on with that $500, you'll never be able to open that business. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to break down how credit really works. And that's one of the things that I think we miss so much when it comes to credit.
It is, and we want to start early because Michelle did a workshop at my store, and we targeted my daughter and her friend because they're 18 years old, right? So we got somebody out here that's 18, we got somebody that's 17 and 16. The earlier you start to learn, the more normal these things are, the better your chances are. A lot of us bumped our heads. Now, you see her now. You don't know the story, right? You don't know how she got there and what motivated her to get there. So that's why we want y'all to really pay attention, because also you need to learn how to budget. Y'all know what a budget is? Who said yes? You did? What's a budget?
That's
wait
correct.
a minute. We need
That
to get
is
that.
correct.
Wait.
That is correct.
We need to get that. This is the 11-year-old.
Hello?
Somebody been teaching that
I
child.
know.
Stay on the amount of money you spend.
It's the amount of, you stay on the amount of money you spend. And this is what she know about budget. If you learn to budget, that will help you get you where you need to be with your credit. Stay on the money the amount of money that you have to spend. So that's what y'all look. Stay within your budget. So with older people, just tell you, live beyond your means.
Live within your means. That's what
I mean, live within your means. Don't live beyond your means, or live beneath your means, right? Live, if you know that, say for instance, you make $45,000 a year, and you know that you could afford a $35,000 lifestyle or a $45,000 lifestyle, you live off of 35 or 25,000. Learn to save more and put more back versus spending. What Michelle gonna tell you about is how we get in trouble. Is you make $45,000 a year and you live a $65,000 to $75,000 lifestyle, and you always depending on that next check to hit to make sure that you can get the bills taken care of. And if something happens where that check miss, you're in trouble. And this is how we turn to the devil.
Credit.
Check cash and credit.
The check cashing, Mac, is the devil.
With horns and a pitchfork.
And let me just explain to you about check cashing. In Jackson, on Ellis Avenue, about every block, right by the college, there's a check cashing place. So we have college kids that need $500, right? And every week, I think they got to pay back like $65 a week. Okay, so I want the lady with the dreamer shirt on. I want you to do the math on this, right? So you come in and you borrow $500, right? And every week on Friday, when you get your check, you got to pay them $65 because you can't afford to pay the $500 back. If you do that for 10 weeks, how much money is that? It's $650. Now, mind you, you still owe them $500. But right now, just 10 weeks, you paid them $650 for a loan that was only $500. Okay, so now in 20 weeks, how much did you pay for that? 20 weeks. $1,300. You still got to get them the 500.
Right.
Still got to give them the because you haven't paid the 500 off.
Right.
So now it's 30 weeks, and what's that number?
That's $1,800. No.
What's that number?
13.
30 weeks. You paid $1,950, but you still owe them $500.
Wow.
So here comes week 37. Do 37 times 65. How much? $2,405. So you finally get your refund check, and you go up there, you hand them the $500. So now you gave them the $500 back, but what did you give them? $2,400?
You done gave them $3,000 for $500.
$2,400 because the $500 they gave you. So
right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you done spent that money. It's the crazy thing is we've done it, and you find yourself going to one check cashing place to get money to pay for the other check cashing place.
Did you know that the average check cashing place is like 800% interest?
There's no law on the interest rate.
Well, it is and it is not.
Okay.
So terms and conditions. Always pay attention. When they say always read, you have a contract, and that's an obligation. So when you get into these agreements, we have to read. I know we're desperate. Nobody loan us the 500, but we don't read the writing at the bottom. We don't pay attention. Only thing we know is, oh, see, $65 a week. I can pay that because I get paid Friday. So yeah, I can pay it. Yeah, I just need it right now because my light's about to be turned off. These are real life situations. So we get into it, and we're not looking at how much it's going to cost.
Right.
We finally get the refund check, and our mind is, oh, I can pay off that $500 loan. That's wrong. We got to change that mentality because you paid out the $500 loan, but you gave this person $2,400. Now, if you can get 1 million consumers, 1 million people to do that exact same thing, how much money do you make? Do 1 million times that 24. 1 million times at $2,400.
That's a lot of zeros. I see it's a lot.
It went crazy. Okay.
That's what.
So
is that 240 million? What is it? 24 million?
No, that's more than that. No, that's more than that.
That's 240 million.
$240 million. Okay, now I want you to look up something. Look up how many people in 2023 got payday loans. I want everybody to look it up and tell me. How many people in 2023 got payday loans?
Payday loans.
Because we're going to do the numbers. How many people in 2023 got payday loans? Anybody got an answer for that question yet?
I'm going to get you back on task because I know you had some stuff that you want to share.
I'm going to get back on task. But this is very important. This is very
do y'all know what a check cashing place is? Have y'all ever seen
Everybody ever seen a check cashing place? Payday loan place.
How many you said, look, Chris? 12 million?
12 million. And I did that number on 1 million.
1 million.
So
Good
12
Lord.
million people
Times
in 2023. Multiply that times 200 and...
No, you said $2,400.
No. Yeah, multiply that number times $2,400. Yeah.
Yep.
And tell me what that number is.
How many? Y'all got enough zeros?
Is there enough zero? Give me the zeros, baby, in the purple.
Somebody said something. I heard somebody did the math.
Who? How much? Oh, you didn't get it? Okay. Who got the number for me? The $2,500 times 24 million people.
No, It's $2,400 times 12 million people.
12 million people, yeah, times 12 million times
$2,400.
2,400. What's that number?
What y'all got?
Who got it?
Yeah, 288. I think it's gonna be
trillion or
288
billion
billion
dollars.
or either trillion.
Yes. So let's do the numbers. Has anyone ever seen a check cash in place before? Okay, it's a
Or
little
check advance.
check advance. Anybody? It's a little bitty small place about the size of
Yeah,
this here,
it's a stage.
this stage. And that's what kind of money they made.
And the crazy thing about it, the people that work in there might make the
$10
same
an
amount
hour.
of money that you make, right? And they look at you sometimes with that small person, like, oh, like you are beneath me mentality. They make the same amount of money you make. But the crazy thing is, you just said 12 million people times 2,400. And that's the type of money, just because we didn't understand credit and budgeting.
Yes.
So when you understand credit and budgeting, what option do you have? You had a question? Go ahead. You got a mic. Give her the mic.
I just wanted to say also, when they loan you the money the first time, if you having problems paying the first loan back, they'll try to give you a second loan to put you in more debt.
That's
Correct.
true. That's true.
You know who else used to do that? What Mr. Figures at? Raise your hand, Mr. Figures. We talked about back in the day. That's a mentality they got from the sharecroppers. That was the first line of credit. So you already in debt because you didn't have the money to buy the seeds in the first place. So now they say, well, I'll make a deal with you.
Give you some more money.
I'll give you some more money to help give you a chance to get your crop back. Then when you do have a crop, you don't have no money. Go, you got
None.
another.
It's not necessarily a question, but when you go to the title loan place and they get you to put down references, I've never gotten one, but I've been a reference for somebody, and the places will actually call me and say, "Hey, do you need some money?" I'm like, "Who is this?" Because
Yeah.
they try to entice people. Hey, you need some money, you can come down here and get it. Like they get your information from other people
Mhm.
that come up because you need 3 references, and
Right.
then they charge you to cash your own check. I think it's like some places 3%, some 6%. So even to cash your check for the people that don't have bank accounts have to pay just to get their living.
So it's funny you said that. And Michelle gonna teach you about it. And I'm gonna leave this part alone. The better you do, there's a system that monitors your money and your credit out of the blue, and they very personal. Hello, Mac. How are you? I'm good. Who's this? I answer my phone because I do a lot of different business with different folks. Hello, Mac. How are you doing? You still have some debt you need to take care of? We want to offer you. You're like, who is this? You're like, what are you talking about? Debt? Well, they monitor all your personal information. How many folks got these text messages and emails that there was a data breach?
AT&T.
AT&T and other places, hospitals and different places had data breaches. So people have your personal information. And yeah, you think about people stealing your identity, but also they use that information to be able to call you and target you to try to solicit different services to you. And they use numbers that's right down the street. You think they calling from downtown Jackson, and they really be calling from somewhere else. But go ahead, Michelle. You got. I know you have some things you want, key points you want to make.
Well, I want to go further what you just said. Mac just told you they have companies that monitor you. How many people in there are 18?
18. What are 18 year old?
Okay, 18.
Two right there.
Okay, so we've got some 18-year-olds. At 18, y'all need to be building your credit. You need credit education. Let me tell you why. At the college campus, you're going to run into a person at a bank.
Oh, Lord.
And they're going to say, here, get this credit card. And you're going to be like, ooh, chips, candy,
pizza,
an outfit, some J's. I can get it. And all I got to pay is $25 a month because that's what the minimum payment said. But that card at Arkansas State University in 1989 cost me a lot of things I didn't realize until I got older. It cost me paying way too much for a vehicle. It cost me getting an apartment that was nice because I didn't have the best of credit. So I had to live in, not the best of places, all because I got a credit card because they said it was and I made my payments, $25 a month. I paid every month. But no one told me that $25 a month was $24 going to the bank. So I was working for the bank and did not realize it. I had people come to my office every day, $150 minimum payment, and only $25 is actually going towards paying their debt down. So they just work every day. And back to that car scenario, we'll go further. On that car scenario, the person that's paying $600 a month is not paying any interest. The person that's paying $1,200 a month at the same red light, they're paying a ton of money in interest. It is not beneficial for a person to teach you how not to pay them interest. Let me say that one more time. I want everybody to repeat that. It is not beneficial for the person giving you money to teach you not to give them money. So what did I just say? Why would I, if you're going to give me all your candy, why would I tell you not to?
Or how not to.
How not to. So if I come in and I teach you, I'm going to teach you based on me getting paid.
Correct.
Right? Because if I got lights and buildings and cameras and action, I need to get paid. So I'm going to teach you just enough so I can get paid. Remember that. And right today, what's the name? Jordan, I want you to type in credit score pie. Credit score pie, P-I-E. Who all likes like sweet potato pie, apple pie, peach cobbler, banana pudding, rice cakes?
All right now. All right.
Neck bones, greens,
Look at
cast iron skillet, cornbread. We all love it, right? Okay, so all of those things have ingredients.
right.
Every single thing I just mentioned has a thing that's called ingredients. When it comes to your credit has ingredients. Is it up yet, Jazz? Yeah, Jordan. So when it gets up, it's going to have a pie on it, right? And in this pie, I tell people all the time, it's almost like a sweet potato pie.
Right.
I'm 53. So back in the day, we didn't have frozen pie crust. My grandmother used to get some flour, some lard,
All right.
a brown Piggly Wiggly sack,
Yeah.
a little butter, whatever else, and she would roll the crust out. It'd be the best crust she ever tastes, right? And she would get the sweet potatoes out of the field, and she would get Land O'Lakes butter, and she would leave it sitting out, and she would have those brown country eggs. And she would use McCormick vanilla, brown sugar, and imperial sugar. That was the only sugar she was going to use, and that Domino brown made the best sweet potato pie you ever taste. Look how she's shaking her head like she know that's good.
Look,
yes.
Y'all just ready to eat. Look
Yeah,
at
but that's the best sweet potato pie you're going to eat right there because it has all the right ingredients. Now, my mom can get close to it.
Right.
But my mom cheats. She don't make homemade pie crust. So it doesn't have the same feeling. Now, my aunt, she used cheap butter, knockoff vanilla, and please don't be on this thing, but it's sweet potato pie, but and then you got a famous singer
Right.
in the grocery stores that has a pie. I can't call no names on this recorded line. So what makes it different is the ingredients that you have in it. That's what makes it different. So do you have the pie graph up yet? Okay.
Yes.
So if you look at this pie graph, it's going to say 35, 30, 15, 10, 10. Y'all see that? 35% field sweet potatoes. 30% homemade pie crust. 15% Land O'Lakes butter. 15% that good vanilla, McCormick vanilla, Domino, and imperial sugar. And the other 15%, whatever else she put in there, she didn't tell nobody about. That other 10%. So we got 15, we got 35, 30, 15, 10, 10. When she would have that pie in the oven, we'd be walking by like this. It's not ready yet. She said, no, baby, leave it alone. But when it got ready, we knew we was going to eat good, right? And what I say when it comes to ingredients, when it comes to your credit, 35% of how they look at you is the only thing you're going to be taught in the banks. And I said it.
Right.
You're going to be taught to make your payments on time. Just like I was when I was in college. I made my payments on time because that's what I was taught. But we understand the difference between greater than and less than. So if the only thing you're teaching me is 35%, what about this 65%? That is greater than. So what today, I'm going to teach you what the 65% means. So we know to make our payments on time. But did you know that that credit card for $500, I should have never owed over $50 on it? 10%. That was it. The Bible says that if you're faithful over a few things, he'll make you rule over many. So if I can't handle to a person that's lending money $500, why would they loan me $500,000? So I have to show responsibility over the 500. That's why people say, well, I don't understand. I'm not getting credit limit increases and I can't get any more money. And when I look at their credit report, I'm like, I see. I wouldn't give you any more money. I gave you 500. You owe me $499 the first day. What would you do if I gave you $500,000? So we got to make the steps to say, hey, I can be responsible. The lady in the pink, what's her name? Your name?
My name's Arnisha Fisher.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a scenario with Mac and I. I come to you and I borrow $50 and I pay it back, right? So the next time I come to you and I need $100, what do you say?
I'm going to give it to you because you gave the other 50 back.
Okay. And the next time I pay it back, I paid the 100 back. And the next time I come to you, I get $500. What are you going to say?
I'm going to give it to you because you paid the $100 back.
So you're going to give me some money, right? Mm-hmm. So next time I come to you and I get $1,500, what you going to say?
Did you pay the $500?
Yeah,
back?
I paid the $500.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to you.
Okay. So next time I come to you and I get $10,000 and I paid that $1,500 back, what you going to say?
You went too high. How you go from $1,500 to $10,000?
You're amazing. You see what she just did? Y'all see what she just did?
She wanted to wait a minute.
That is exactly how the banks look at it. Why would they give you? I went from $1,500 to $10,000. Why would they give me that? Only thing I show responsibility over is $1,500. Now, if I'd have came back and said,
I told you this group was sharp.
Man. I told you this group is sharp. Yeah. Now, if I'd have came back and said $2,500, would you get? Are you sure? Oh, go ahead. I want to back to you. If I came back to you and said I need $2,500, would you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And I paid the $2,500, and I came back and got $4,000. Would you do that?
No, you gotta go 3,000 first.
That's one of them conservative banks. She ain't gonna let
she
you
conservative.
She ain't gonna let you
okay, so let's go to 300. I mean 3,000. Would you give me 3,000?
Yeah.
Okay, I paid it. Would you give me 45?
4,500. Maybe 40.
What? But y'all, we're being real right now. This is how the banks look at it, and we wonder why people say, "Well, Michelle, I constantly get turned down. She won't give me but $1,000 more each time, even though I'm proving to her that I'll pay her back every single time." So if she won't do this in a skit, imagine how a bank feels about you. But let's take it a step further. So right now I'm at $4,000, right, baby? In the pink?
Yes.
Okay. So Matt comes to you, and because I told him, Matt, she hitting deals, man. She gave me $4,000. Go to old girl up there. She gonna cut you a lick.
Right.
So Matt comes in and he wants $4,000, but he's never borrowed money from you before. What you gonna do, baby?
I'm gonna tell him no.
What if I got collateral?
Still gonna be no.
Oh Lord. Well,
this is how banking actually.
This back to the 1964.
This is how banking actually works. This is real because she just told him point blank no because he's never proved that he can even pay back $500. So why would she jump from not having any money that she's ever given him to $4,000?
Right.
It's too risky. Once again, you got to go from A to B, B to C, C to D. Even with collateral, he said he got collateral, but you don't know if it's a busted up car. You don't know if it don't run. You see what I'm saying? So people say, well, it's collateral. What's your collateral? It should be in your next question. If your collateral is worth over $10,000, then maybe I'll give you $4,000. But if your collateral is only worth $500 and you try to get $4,000, I'm not gonna win if you don't pay this loan back.
And I was gonna say something, but I want to say before our food person leaves, big shout out to the Village Kitchen for providing the meals.
Thank you.
Village Kitchen, black-owned business. Tougaloo grad right down the street, so we definitely want to support Village Kitchen, and they got more wings. So if y'all hungry in the Jackson area, especially near Tougaloo, make sure y'all go check out the Village Kitchen. All right.
Thank you.
But it's amazing what you just said about the money. You trying to get the money in your collateral won't work. And I remember I seen some jokes that some people talking about how certain areas are so racist they won't even take my money. So you got an area where you proven yourself and they can't even, you can't get ahead to do anything simply because you got to go through this stair step, right? You got to go through these different moves. And now everybody might not make those moves, right? We're talking about for us. These are things. Everything got to be 10-10, right? You got to, even though it's to the point now, even when you come with cash, you got to prove where you got cash from.
True. It's called a source of the funds.
So it's not as simple. So that's why this information is so important. So you got to go through the stair steps to get to this money, to get credit. That's the credit history. So what else we need?
Okay. So we paid our bill on time. We kept our balance low, which is at 30%. Because remember, that's almost as equally important. 15% is history. In the black shirt. What's your name?
Araya.
Araya has two people, Mac and Michelle. Araya can do the loan, right? Araya says, does anyone understand what credit score is? Anybody ever understood credit score? Okay. So let me explain to you about credit score, and we'll do this one. The higher the credit score, the less risk is what the bank says to people. But it's more than credit score. It's about your ability with your credit worthiness, right? So I'm gonna give you two scenarios. So we understand the score being high is supposed to be important, but let me explain to you why that's not as important as you think. So Araya has Michelle come in, and my credit score is 675.
Okay, 675. Got it.
Mac comes in to Araya's office, and Mac has a credit score of 815. His is way higher than mine. Who would you give it to?
Mac.
Wrong. You know why, Araya?
Why not?
Because even though his credit score is higher, Mac has only had credit for 6 months. But Michelle's had credit since 1989 and never missed a payment. Now who you going to give it to?
Michelle.
That's how it works.
That's not fair.
It's not fair, but those are the things that we're not taught. So when you see your friends flashing their credit scores, ask them questions because they probably don't know. If they're flashing you your credit score, they don't understand credit. You have to ask them questions. What's your oldest credit card? Oh, it's 2 months old.
Yeah.
You really think they finna give you a 2025 Corvette with a credit score of 815 and your oldest credit card is 2 months old and it only got a $500 limit? Come on now. You're begging to get turned down. And what happens? Go ahead.
No, I was saying, first of all, these new 2025 Corvettes is $200,000.
No, I just found one for my client for 97.5.
Yeah, I know, but there's some up there. Yeah, so this ain't no average car.
This ain't no average car. And what happens is we look at credit score and we go into these dealerships and they look at us like we don't understand credit at all, which we don't. But Araya, you're correct. You wouldn't give it to him. And so when Max says, well, my credit score is higher than hers and you approved her, but you didn't approve me, I'm going to sue. What do you do next, Araya?
I'm going to let him sue me.
Huh?
I'm going to let him sue me.
Oh, I like Araya because Araya knows something that Mac doesn't know, right? And she's going to let him get to court. And his attorney's going to say, whereas Mac Arthur Epps. Oh, sorry. sorry. Government name. I'm Helen. But whereas he came in on July.
You got 2 series. I'm about to put her out.
I'm getting kicked out, y'all. July the 25th.
Today, 26.
Oh, okay. July the 26th had an 815 credit score and was turned down for a loan, and you gave it to the other lady with a 675.
Mm-hmm.
So Mac is sitting there with that confident look that he has right now. Got her. I got Uriah. She's fired. I'm finna own. It's gonna be my bank. So Uriah is sitting there equally confident, and in fact, even more confident, because Uriah says, yes, Mr. Epps did come in on that date and he did apply. And yes, his credit score was 815. However, Mr. Epps only had 2 credit cards, and one of them had a limit for 500 and the other one had a limit for 250, and he was trying to get a loan for 250,000. Mr. Epps has not proved that he can make payments because he's only had that card for 2 months. So yes, he does have an 815, but I didn't feel comfortable giving him a loan for that amount. Now, on the other hand, Miss Helen came in, and no, her credit score wasn't even in the 700s, but she's had credit since 1989 and never missed a payment. And she's got credit cards that have no limit. So I felt more comfortable giving her the loan. Then that look drops in his shoulders, and then you have that cute little smile on your face. Got him. That's how the banking system works. And that's the reason why things like this, Mac, bringing people in, such as myself, to educate people is so important. This room should be packed out with this type of information, because I see daily people saying, well, I'm struggling. But I'm looking and I'm breaking down your interest. I see people giving up $1,300 a month in interest. But you got a part-time job that only makes $800 a month. So you had to go get a part-time job to make payments to the bank, because all your money is going towards interest.
Right.
And I see that every single day. Every day of my life. I'm like, do you realize you're paying $2,500 a month in interest? What?
So
yes,
let's-
$2,500 in interest a month.
So let's ask this question to them. Anybody out there want to start their own business? Who?
I heard a yes over here.
I heard that's Chuck.
Oh,
No.
hey Chuck.
We've got some right here. All right. So what business you want to start? Get.
A jewelry business.
She want to start a jewelry business. All right. Who else we at? What business you want to
A
start?
black journal mental health business.
A what now? What you right said?
You want to say you want to do
A
it?
black journal mental health business.
Oh,
A mental health business.
that's Maxfield.
Hey, look, right, but look behind you right there. You see that young lady behind you? Did you talk to her? Okay, we're going to have to stay connected now. We might have to
Yes.
get you up there to Holmes
Yeah.
County. Who else had a business they want to start?
I want to start a photography.
A what?
A photography.
Oh, wow.
You said, what she say?
Photography.
Photography. You said you want to start a photography business,
Mhm.
and you seen all these cameras around here today. You ain't actually used none of these cameras. You want to start taking pictures right now? We can put you to work right now. We're gonna find your camera. There you go. Go ahead. There you go. There you go. Closed mouth don't get what?
Fed.
All right. Ask and you shall
receive.
There it is. Now, there you go. Your first job, photography. There you go. Somebody
Okay,
said,
someone else.
What they said, won't he do it? There it is. It's been done.
What's it? In the purple? Lavender?
T-shirt. T-shirt business.
T-shirt business. Hey, same guy.
Same guy.
Go over there and talk to him. He got something to show you back there behind his back. Who else wants to start another business?
Lady in the pink.
I want to do like sweets.
Sweets.
Mhm.
Did you see the lady that just left?
Lady with the food. Village food.
Yes.
So it's amazing. I want to point something out to you, right? We talk about this, and this is kind of off the subject, but on the subject. Why I kept telling y'all about learning their history. Do you know everything that y'all said y'all wanted to start
It's right
and wanted
here
to be
in
is
this
right
room.
here in this room? And what did I tell y'all earlier? Who are the most important people?
Us, the people in this room.
Everything is here that you need right in front of your face. If you don't know that you need it, what you want? I don't want to talk. What you want to do?
No, I was just gonna add to that because I have so these girls are in our youth leadership and development program, and some of them said that they wanted to do real estate. So even you saying that,
Look at that. Look at that.
So it's a lot of them. I try to get them to think outside of the box, other than the normal careers that they're used to. You know, it's other ways to make money, but because you said that, some of them will connect to you. So you said that you're a credit coach. My question would be, you know, for people to come to you, how much do they pay you for your help?
That's a good question. So if someone calls me and they talk to me for 5 minutes, that's $50. If I talk to a person for an hour, it's $175 an hour.
Let me step.
How do how do people, because I relate people who are kind of struggling with credit as people who don't have like 175 to spare to have someone to help them with it. And I think this where people kind of get discouraged because they want to learn more, but you know, people's time is valuable, but they just can't afford that to get that information to even start to fix their credit.
So I have a thing that I do for people. And I will go to an event, which I charge $3,500 to speak at an event. But I'll go to an event when someone gets a group of people and I come for free and won't charge a single penny the first time. I won't come back for free, but I will do that. So if you get with me and say, hey, Ms. Michelle, I've got a group of teenagers, I've got a group at the church, we'd like for you to come and speak, I will come and speak for free the first time. And typically, just because Sam can't afford my services, John, so I get clients out of that. But I do that because that's my charitable and my time. And I love to do it. I've had people come and to a church event and call me back 6 months later. I did everything you told me to do. And oh my God, da 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 da. I've been sitting in a place, didn't recognize a person. They're like, yo, my gosh, you're the lady that told me, girl, come here, look at my new car. What? I have no idea who you are, baby. But I spoke at some event and I blessed somebody by coming. So get with me and let me know, the group size. That way I can have everything ready. Sometimes Saturdays, it's not that bad for me. And I'll come to wherever location, not take a single penny. But normally what happens is no one shows up. And that's really sad because the information I give is on a whole nother level. I'm going to teach you guys today even about your backgrounds and how it affects your credit. But once Sam and John and Susan go get a brand new Lexus and do a testimony at church, then the pastor wants to call me. Yeah, you came here 6 months ago and they just did a testimony and we want you to come back. That's $3,500. So if you get a group together, I'll be more than happy to come and speak and not take a single penny. And I love to do that. It's nothing. It's just crazy when you out somewhere and people recognize you from speaking. They be like, "You the lady that spoke at the church a couple months ago," or I'm like, "Yeah, if you attend that church, I did. Oh, I took your advice and I did this and I did that." That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to help each other. We're supposed to be a blessing to each other, and we can't win with one person. Even the Bible speaks of us coming together. So just let me know, and I'll come and help, baby. I want to see every single person in there. But a minute ago, we were talking about backgrounds. Has anyone here heard of Equifax, TransUnion, Experian? And those are the credit bureaus. Have anybody ever heard of credit bureaus? Okay, so let me get finished this little. We're gonna go to the credit bureaus. 10% is inquiries. Has anybody ever seen anybody purchase a vehicle? Anybody know somebody bought a car? Okay. When they bought that car, did you see how many times they ran their credit?
They ran it.
Over and over and over again?
Yeah. And you have different, some hard inquiries, some soft, but it's from all these different people.
And you started getting letters like months later, a couple weeks later. Y'all, why would I allow somebody to pull my credit over and over again? If I bank with Bank Plus and I got money in Bank Plus and I got decent credit, why didn't I just go through Bank Plus and get my credit pulled one time? Inquiries, what that means is somebody is inquiring on your credit. They're looking at your credit report. And we'll talk about that further in. And the last thing is you have to have a mixture. You can't have all credit cards and no loans. You have to have loans and credit cards. So what happens is a person has 5 credit cards and no loans, and they wonder why they can't get anything. That credit profile does not look right. They want to see where you have a mixture of loans and credit cards. So let's go to the credit bureaus. Equifax, TransUnion, Experian. Y'all have heard of them? Some of y'all have heard of them? No one? Okay. So there's a thing called credit bureaus. And in a credit bureau, Araya, when you come to her bank, Araya can look at your credit and see how you pay other people. That is what a credit bureau is. So if you don't pay Mac and you don't pay Chris, Araya can look at that and see it. But you can also see if you're paying Chris and you're paying Mac. That is what a credit bureau is. Now, they teach you Equifax, TransUnion, Experian. But there's so many more others. There's LexisNexis, there's SageStream, there's CoreLogic, there's Innovus, there's CrossCheck. You start naming companies, all these people know everything about you. But I want y'all to focus on a company. Can you type this in for me, baby? Can you type the backgroundchecks.com? Everyone in here, every year, these reports are free. You need to go to backgroundchecks.com. You're Araya, right? Araya? You see how I messed your name up? Okay. What did I call you before? Mariah? Uriah. So because I did that, that person, Uriah's information is on your report. Uriah's had 6 tickets, failure to appear, a warrant. She's had drug charge, all these different things. But on a credit report that you don't even know exist, all these things pop up with you. When you go to get a position with a company, you keep getting turned down for the position. And you're like, wait a minute, I'm better than them. I'm smarter than them. I graduated college. I've done this. Why am I not getting this position? It's because they're going to backgroundchecks.com and your name, because it's a very unique name, someone else's name is just as equally unique, but y'all have a birthday that's closed, or y'all have an address and it gets crossed up. And now that person's information is on a report that you don't even know exists. But every time you go to get a job, that information pops up. It's very important. Everybody here is going to college, right? Some of y'all going to trade school, don't know? Hey, right now, my mom, I was telling Mac, my mom never taught us to go to college and get a good education. She never did. College is a great thing. She taught us to go to school, but find something you enjoy doing. If you enjoy doing hair, make your money doing hair. If you enjoy making bracelets, make your money doing bracelets. If you enjoy doing real estate, do real estate, but find something that you enjoy doing to make a living, okay? And some of these things will require licenses, and in these licenses, they're gonna pull these background companies. So it's very, very important for y'all to look at these background checks. Does anybody have any questions so far? Anyone? No one? Yes, go ahead.
Do you teach real estate?
Yes. But I teach it on a whole nother level. I teach you, ready for this? Right. In fact, Google search this. Everybody Google search this because y'all live in Holmes County. Type in USDA, type this in on your cell phone, USDA, where'd she go? USDA 502 direct. USDA 502 direct. And go to the .gov on that. Did y'all know that the federal government has a program for people in rural areas that they will help you make your mortgage payment while you buy a home? Did y'all know that? Okay, they'll build a house for you. USDA 502 direct. They have a program for low income people that you can buy an existing home, you can build a home, or you can even buy a foreclosed home. And let's say your mortgage on that's supposed to be $1,300 a month. Based on your income, they may pay $700. So now you living in an area that's $1,300 a month, and you only paying $600 a month.
Now, Michelle, I know we got we got to do the same thing we did with everybody else, get down and take pictures and get closer. But everything is connected. Everything is connected, right? Next, folks, we got to talk. It's going to talk about trauma. It's going to talk about mental health, right? Which is something that's very, very important. Understand that everything we talked about today, the policies that you advocate for by registering to vote and electing people to create the policies that benefit you so that you can have fair financial freedom. That means you cannot penalize, you're not penalized. You can go and have banks, you have programs that can help you live a better lifestyle. Because when you don't, right, when you are in debt and you lose your house because either a storm or foreclosure, it creates a trauma, right? And that trauma lasts. Now you start to have more mental health issues. You start to have more issues than depression, anxiety, stress level. Now it affects your day-to-day health, right? Your mental health affects your physical health. All things are connected. That's why we always tell people to fight. You know, freedom ain't free. Fight. That's why we have a shirt that says freedom is not free. Fight. Because if you don't believe it, it's happening right now in front of your eyes while we're fighting interest rates, where house notes are $1,500. A car note is $1,200. And you got state agencies And there's a lady, it's a couple of us that don't work in the state private sector. They still paying people $29,000 a year.
Yep.
And you coming out with a degree and you in debt and you still make $29,000 a year and you need a car and you need somewhere to stay. All right. So we want to get ready to transition into the next spot. Michelle, anything else you want to share? And if anybody else got any question for Michelle?
Does anyone have a question? Yes,
I wanted to ask, do you do business credit?
yes, I do business and personal.
Okay.
Yes.
We are living witnesses. And I'm gonna tell you like this without telling everything. Where Chuck at? Chuck and myself are living witnesses of the work that Michelle can do if you want it. It's a mindset. Some of us gotta understand. You have to have that mindset. The folks that fight for freedom in 1964, that went against the grain, you gotta have the mindset. I'm gonna go eat by myself. Meaning I don't mind being the only one. I don't mind being different because everybody that's doing the norm thing is, hey, you should go ahead and spend that money. You should go ahead and do this. So you're gonna have to be different. Some people might talk about you, might make fun of you, but you have goals, and everything that you want is obtainable because you have people in your circle that will help you get it. You got another question? She got one.
I want to ask where you from again.
Texarkana, Texarkana. It's right there on the borders of Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. But I want everyone tonight to go home and research that USDA 502 direct program. And what's your name, the counselor?
Kamisha.
Yeah.
I want y'all to get with her. Tell your parents about that program. Because you ready for this? You don't have to have the best credit to get it. So there's a lot of people out here right now that's struggling, and they could be living in brand new homes in Holmes County.
Yeah.
And getting mortgage assistance.
And Kamisha been involved with this work since she was smaller than this one right
Wow,
here.
you go, girl.
Yeah. So now she went from being a little child that ran around while we were trying to pay attention and picking on folks and popping them and doing everything to being the organizer to being now the executive director.
Awesome.
So if you stick to it, we did not know what a community organizer was. and now you are in the process of training and grooming other community organizers. So that's what we're gonna do. Good things come out of Holmes County. We need to make that on the shirt.
Yep.
Good things, not things. Good things come out of Holmes County.
Well, Mac, I want to tell you, I appreciate you.
They had another question?
That's
No, that's the bank. I don't want to talk to her because she won't give me no money.
oh, the bank. Yeah, she told you no.
She won't give me no money. Anybody has another question for Michelle? Y'all want to take a picture with Michelle? Yeah. I can't hear y'all. Yeah. Okay. All right. So next person we're gonna have Miss Myasia White. She's shy. She gonna just tell you who she is and what she got, and then we're gonna do a deep dive into mental health with Dr. Cavett. Y'all remember Dr. Cavett? Some of y'all remember her from the last summer event we did. She came to Holmes County. She's gonna talk about mental health, and she's gonna come to you in her own way, as the folks say. So we're gonna make sure this thing happen. All right. For those who are tuning in live, make sure you share this stream. We'll be right back. We're gonna stay on track and gonna keep things going. DJ George Chuck is on you.
Sit down.
felt down, you know, anybody ever felt depressed, stressed, right? So we have a sister that created a book that is based on biblical principles. Y'all know what biblical principles are? It's based on different scriptures from the Bible, right? And she was able to use those scriptures to help her through some traumatic times. So we know her as Mimi, professionally known as Myasia White. She's gonna come and talk about her book and explain the name. I hope she bring the book. I hope she bring the book. I hope she bring a book. Come on now, Mimi. Mimi is a introvert. You know, I know what introvert means. She's oh yeah, because that one over there, Pink is an introvert too. I'm glad y'all know that. She over there hiding. Pinky, raise your hand. There she go. Yay. Come on, Mimi. All right, come on, sit down. It's your turn. So Mimi hers is gonna be very short because she don't like to talk in public. So tell everybody your name, where you from, and what you do professionally.
I'm Myasia.
You got your mic on? You sure? I don't hear nothing. Try. No, you didn't cut it. There you go. There you go.
My name is Myasia White. I am from Brandon, Mississippi. I am the author of Beyond Strength. I'm a lady of many hats, literally. I'm a medical assistant currently. I have my own business in drug and alcohol testing. I'm 25 years old. That shocks a lot of people because I tell them how I got my own business and everything else of that nature. But yeah.
All right. So that's a little bit about my age. So this book, open up the book, break it down, and tell us what led you to do this book, and then what are some of the things in it that you think would be helpful to other people.
Well, okay. So Beyond Strength and Healing Within God came to me. The title came to me actually in a dream. It was about 2 years ago. Um, that was just a dream. And when I expressed my dream to one of my managers, she had told me that one day that I was going to write a book. And I looked at her like she was crazy because I was like, I'm not finna write a book anytime soon. So, hey, but that goes to show that God can tell other people what your future may look like rather than you believe in it yourself. So if you have the anointing on your life, God will make sure that you're in that position to continue the anointing. And so this book came to me because I've been through a lot of trauma throughout my life. Um, and so I had to figure out a way to honestly heal that trauma. And I turned to everything and everything wasn't working. So when I got on my knees and I prayed and I prayed and I prayed, it was many dark nights. It was many times where I would be in the shower actually crying and all that stuff. I was like, I just want to feel normal. And God told me that normal isn't necessary. Just being back to yourself is what's going to, get it. And so I had every little storm that I endured throughout my life, I labeled it as like testimony one and testimony two and all of that good stuff. And then the Bible verses that helped me get through it is all in this book as well. So as I was taking notes about everything and how I got over it and what Bible verse helped me get over each mountain that I was climbing, I just wrote it down. And then once I got to the point where I was back at level surface again, God was like, okay, I healed you. Now it's time for you to put my word, what I gave you, and express it to the world. And so that's what I did.
Good job, Mimi. Mimi expressed that very well, very profound. Open up the book. Let us see what it look like. You know, we visual now. We like to see stuff. So she what? Oh, Chris, zoom in so Chris can see it. You gotta open up. Hit the zoom button. So, all right, now the first one was that what they say? I can't see it.
Chapter 6, Trusting in God, Feeling Great.
Okay, Mike can tell everybody what it is.
Okay, so it's more than just a book. It's more like a guide, and you can journal your process throughout each healing phase that you're facing. And then it also in the back. Also in the back, it has little soap notes. So whichever scripture, points out to you, you can write it down. You can say how you observed it. You can use it like how you applied it to your life, and you can write prayers down in it as well.
Who know what soap note means? Soap note. Dr. Kavik, you can't answer the question. Who else know what a soap note is? What do you think it is? Huh? No.
No.
It's SOAP stands for it's acronyms. So tell them what SOAP stands for.
So SOAP stands for scripture, observation, application, and prayer.
That was her SOAP notes. Now, in the work of mental health, we got SOAP might mean something different, but that's what her SOAP note means.
Yep.
All right, y'all got that? Y'all listening? Yeah. So she's 25, right? I know we have two 21-year-olds in here, right? They're all 21. Raise your hand. So there's only a 4-year age difference. So she's talking about years of trauma. So that means it might have started at 18. So I want y'all to understand that, right? Take things seriously. Be careful. Be careful who you put in your circles, right? Keep the squares out your circles. But I also understand that it's a good time to start learning preventative measures now and learning to value you, right? You are the most important. Who are the most important people?
The people that's in this room.
People that's in this room right now. That's what you got to get on. Okay? Yep. So y'all make sure y'all check it out. Y'all already been over there and checked her out her book? Okay. Now this is just the first level. We started talking about trauma and healing. We're going to dig deeper and get into mental health. All right. So right now, is there anybody got a question for Miss Mimi or Maisha? No questions? Y'all can go see her and talk to her in person. Did y'all get a book? Who got a book? None of y'all got a book yet? One person got a book? Okay. All right. We'll have to come up with a way to get y'all some books. Who got a book? One person? Let's see. Question. Who can name her profession? Don't ask. Kamisha. What was her profession? Who can name it? Who can name it? What's her title? She's a what? Look, Chris, you don't count because you're the cameraman. Who else? So y'all better learn how to do this in school. Who told it? Kamisha, you over there telling?
They said she said assistant, and then she said medical. I said put it together.
All right, so we're gonna get one for her.
I don't cheat for them. They have to.
Yeah, all right, don't give it, make them work for it. So we got one person that won. Yay, you get a book. So we're gonna pay for a book for her. All right, y'all good? Y'all ready to dig down deep in mental health? You want to stay and be the assistant, Mimi? All right, now we have someone that's no stranger to Freedom Summer. She's been with us for the last couple of years. She even traveled all the way to Holmes County and did her circle. So we have someone that's definitely understand about youth and been working in the mental health field for a long time. That's Dr. Latibi Cavett, even though it took her a while to get here. She made it. She had some things that hey, listen, nothing. She's not going to be deterred. She is not going to be deterred. All right, I'm gonna get up. You ain't got to bring no chair. I'm getting up. I'm getting up. You're gonna stay with her. So y'all can talk. Mental health talk. I'm gonna unrest this mic. You can give her the mic. And then I'm gonna unrest this mic and let y'all have a conversation. All right. So what you're gonna do is tell everyone who you are, where you from, and what got you into this field, and then y'all gonna do a deep dive and have a good conversation with these young ladies. Because it's mostly women in here. Right. So we want to let y'all women have a good conversation. We talk to each other. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. I like interacting. So y'all might gotta talk back to me. Y'all like to talk? I got some talkers out there. Okay, I guess not. Well, I am Dr. Latibi Cavett. I am the owner and CEO of a New You Counseling and Consultant, meaning I am a counselor slash therapist. I am from Collins, Mississippi, by the way of Clinton. That's where I live now. I have two beautiful children, Christian and Christiana. They usually be here, but they school started back early. They started this week, so they're not here with me on today. I got in the field of mental health actually unexpected. I started school thinking I was going to be a nurse, but I'm just like an emotional person. And so I just realized that wasn't for me real quick. And so one of my professors told me, she said, you know, you'll be good in social work. So I actually started out in social work. My sister, she was in the military, and at the time, that's when wars and stuff was going on. And so I thought I was going to have to go and move with her to help take care of my nephew. And at the time, she was living in Columbus, Georgia, and they was looking for a lot of rehab counselors. So I switched over from social work to counseling. And so that's how I ended up in counseling. I worked in behavior health for over 10 years with a local mental health center. And one of the things that really bothered me that I struggled with is I seen a lot of people come in to get help regarding their mental issues. But a lot of times in life, we just get stuck and we need somebody to help us along the journey. It doesn't always consist of being medicated. Now, does medication help? Yes, to certain situations that's going on with people that have, you know, mental health issues. But sometimes people just need someone to help them journey through that process, give them a different lens to see through that. And so my struggle was everybody that come in didn't need medication. And so I decided to branch out and started doing therapy on my own and offer a service to help individuals that did not need medication. So that's how I started my counseling, and God gave me my name. I knew you counseling and consultant because although I am a therapist, I am human, right? And so I actually go through things as well, but I know how to transition through those things. And I also tell people how you know you have a good therapist is when your therapist can say, I'm a therapist with a therapist. Okay? Did y'all catch that? I am a therapist with a therapist, which means just because I help you through life, life don't stop lifing with me, right? And so that's what started my journey. But I want to talk to you all today about mental health. Are y'all aware about mental health? I know some of you all have heard me speak before, but do you all really know what mental health is and how important it is to focus on your mental health? Because a lot of times people really don't pay attention to their mental health, or if they do, they try to find other things to combat what they're feeling or what they're thinking. And some of that results to aggression, some of that results to drugs, some of that results to destructive behaviors, right? Because we don't know what's going on. And if I can be honest, our population, meaning African American population, we're not open a lot of times to receive help when we need help, because oftentimes we're taught to do what? This an interactive question. We are taught to do what? That's one, but also pray. Pray about it. Talk to God about it. And people don't realize you can do prayer and you could do counseling at the same time. It works together. It's actually powerful together. And so I know that we have some teenagers in the room. And one of the things, what's the age group? What's the youngest in the room? How old are you, baby? 11. Oldest in the group? 21. So From 8 to 21, guess what? You all are not exempt, right? You all still can have feelings, have negative thoughts, and there is a rise of suicide, drug abuse within our adolescents, within our children. But a lot of times, where do you all think that started from? Our mental state, things that we going through, and some of the things that affected is what she talked about, trauma. Sometimes we want to self-medicate with the things that we are feeling and we are thinking, right? So I want to talk to you all about that. And one of the things I want to start out with is our self-worth. I had her to pass out some of some worksheets. Did y'all get them? So if you can view those with me, did you get one? Can you all pass her one, please? Um, Being self-aware. I want to talk about a little self-awareness and our self-worth, because when you are self-aware about yourself and who you are more likely to target when something is off balance with you. And one thing I would like to say is it's okay to say I'm not okay, but you have to know when to say I'm not okay. So one of the things that you can pinpoint to know that you are not okay is your moods, your emotions. How many of you up in here today can say, sometimes I feel sad? Sometimes I get angry. Sometimes I'm happy. Sometimes I'm mad. Sometimes I'm destructive. Sometimes I want to fight. Sometimes I want to run away. Sometimes I just don't feel like getting out the bed. Sometimes I want to run around and just don't stop, just constantly be on the go. Can y'all see all the different ways that you can change, right? And so this is the next big question. Do you know what triggers some of those emotions and feelings? Do you pay attention to that? Y'all can say yes or no. Sometimes. So, do you all know y'all triggers? Do y'all know what triggers are? I know. No. Okay. I just thought I had one in there to say yes. Huh? I can hear.
Something that bring out the other side of you, the side that you don't want people to see.
Yes, yes. That's a definition of it. But a trigger is something that activate a mood. Something you could be happy one moment, right? And then the next moment you just furious, you're frustrated, you aggravated. What caused you to change that mood? What caused you to react that way? That is a trigger. So let me tell y'all how y'all can figure out what y'all triggers is. What are you thinking during that time that mood changed? What are you thinking? What are you feeling? And a lot of times it can be as simple as a word. It can be as simple as hearing a song, because it could be triggering to a relationship or a situation. Sometimes it can be just as simple as somebody just saying the wrong thing to you, or you seeing somebody because you remember what somebody said or did to you. And a lot of times, as children, you all's age, are y'all familiar with bullying?
Yes.
Yes? Have y'all been bullied? Have y'all experienced bullying? Meaning, when I say experience, have somebody bullied you? Have you witnessed somebody bullying someone? Or are you the bully? Let's be honest. It's different. Huh? You the bully? You been bullied? Okay. So you know you can understand some of the things I'm saying, right? And so a lot of times when youth are people, because adults are not exempt when it comes to bullying. I want y'all to know that. It's bullying in the workplace, it's bullying in the schools. And a lot of times, one thing I tell people is sometimes and most often, words hurt more than physical abuse. Do y'all hear me? Words hurt more than physical abuse. Do y'all know why? Somebody can hit you, bust your nose, give you a black eye, that eye gonna heal, that nose gonna stop bleeding. You gonna remember that experience, right? But when they plant that seed of words, you're nothing, you ugly, you not no good, something negative, that's gonna always stick with you. That's gonna stick with you. And if you don't know your self-worth and who you are and whose you are, you can allow that to manifest. And that can manifest into a variety of things because at that point, you have allowed words to break you. And that affects your mental state. I have counseled so many people that when I go back and we explore childhood, a lot of their brokenness come from childhood. Things people have said to them, things people have done to them. But guess what? It bleeds over into adulthood because you never healed from it. And you allowed yourself to accept the things that people have said about you, right? And so I wanted to challenge you all on today about knowing, being self aware about who you are, knowing about your self worth. Okay. So it's biblical. The Bible says we are beautiful and wonderfully made. That's my verse. A lot of people struggle with confidence. So if I say from 1 to 10 in confidence, right? Do y'all know what confidence is? First of all, yes. Okay. From 1 to 10, confidence, where would you say you are? 3? That's a 3? Okay. 3, 5. Y'all know 10 is the highest. 3 low. Y'all know that, right?
All of y'all in here some tens, baby. I'm looking at all of y'all.
Y'all are some 10,
tens.
but you know what? That's letting me know it's some issues there, right? Am I being honest? And it's okay. What I just tell y'all, it's okay to say I'm not okay. So I want to do this little icebreaker. I'm gonna start it off. I want y'all to think about um a favorite, one of your favorite cars, or maybe it don't even have to be your favorite car. Just a car or a dish, meaning a food item that you like, that you can describe yourself as and why. Okay. So I'm gonna start off. Y'all laughing. I'm gonna start off. So y'all can have an example. I'm gonna give y'all like maybe a minute. I think a minute, about 60 minutes to come up with something. I'm gonna start off to give y'all an example of what I'm looking for, and it's gonna help us out. I would say if somebody asked me what I am, I would say I am a Ford truck. Anybody know why? Because I'm built tough, right? I'm built tough. But guess what? If you don't fix and keep that Ford truck maintenance, it breaks down, right? And so I say I'm built tough because number one, I have a job. I'm a mother. I have a lot going on. I take care of so many other people, but it gets hard sometimes. So afford, but when you look at me, you don't see that, right? So you see how you can mask things up. So I'm looking at all of you out there, like Miss White said, all of y'all are a 10, but look at the numbers that we got. 3 and 5, right? That let me know something is going on. So think about that. How, what can you relate to? They say, if I'm forward tough, which means that's how I see myself because I got to keep going. Like Albert Einstein said, life is like a bicycle. You got to keep moving. If you don't keep moving, what you going to do? You're going to fall off, right? So throughout life, you got to keep moving. Even when it's tough, you got to keep moving. And a lot of times when you think about mental health, that's what we do. We keep moving, but we don't stop that bike to get a drink of water or just relax. We keep moving in every situation, and eventually what? Our mental break. Have y'all ever heard of people having a mental breakdown? They break because why? They like that bike. They keep moving and they don't stop, even when they know something is wrong. Right. So who do I have to volunteer? Or do I have someone to volunteer? Okay. The lady in the back. Tesla.
I said, I'm a Tesla because I'm electric.
Hey. Anybody else? Give me about 2 more people.
I'm an Altima.
Don't be shy. It's okay.
I'm a Hellcat because I'm loud and proud.
Hey, I like that. One more. I like the Hellcat. What you look like you got something you want to say? The one with the mic.
Oh no, I'm
Look.
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, I was going to say I'm a black Jeep because I'm black and proud.
You what?
I'm a black Jeep because I'm black and proud.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. See how you recognize your strength. That's a strength. That's knowing your self-worth and who you are. And guess what? We all have something in life that we struggle with regarding our confidence. And a lot of times it's a negative response into something that we have experienced in life, right? So this upcoming school year, I know y'all getting ready to go back to school. I want to be able to plant a seed within y'all and let you all know to focus a lot on who you are and not trying to fit in with others. Because at your age, when you dealing with things mentally and emotionally, it is so easy to get caught up in things that you never imagined you would get up in because you're trying to figure yourself out. So, oh, she gave me an amen. So, as we talk about that, right? What are some of the things as youth that you all struggle with trying to figure you all selves out? You have 2 women up here. We can help you out with that. It's okay. Do anybody have any struggles? I'm gonna give y'all an example. Some example. Sometimes it can be self-image. Sometimes it can be bullying. Sometimes we can be dealing with unresolved grief. Am I hitting anybody? Can anybody relate? Sometimes life can make it seem like you are on an emotional roller coaster. Right? So, a lot of times our experiences causes us to be guarded. Do y'all know what guarded is? Meaning not opening up, letting people in and letting people know what's wrong. You got your hand up, baby? Oh, and letting people know what's wrong. So when I see people in my clinic and I realize, okay, you guarded, I tell them, name your wall, right? What is the guard that you have up? What would you name it? So, do I have anybody in the audience that's guarded? Are y'all open to name y'all wall?
like a word.
Yeah. So, for example, anger. You guard it because you're angry. So, if we were in session, I'd be like, okay, do you know what makes you angry? Because then you begin to explore. I'm giving y'all some techniques. Y'all don't have to open up and just talk about it in here, but I'm giving you all some techniques. If you are experiencing these things, I'm giving you some techniques that you can utilize to help you transition through what you're experiencing or what you're feeling. So if you guard it, right, and your wall is angry, I'm angry. Why are you angry? Number one, what do you need to help you heal from that anger? Do you need to forgive? Who do you need to forgive? Why do you need to forgive? Make sense? So a lot of times, what I'm saying is a lot of times we hold things in. And it's the fact that we hold things in that causes us to experience that emotional roller coaster, those highs, those lows, things that we don't understand. But you got to be tentative to yourself. So the worksheet that I gave you on self-awareness, it's called Who Am I? Do you all really know who you are? Talk back to me. Yes or no? No. I see a no. I see a no. No. So the worksheet that I gave you all, it's just a foundational piece that can help you begin to explore more about yourself, focusing on your beliefs and your principles, what your values are, what is important to you. So, talents, that's the first thing that I listed on here, is because a lot of times we all have something to bring to the table. Everybody brings something different to the table. But a lot of times when we stuck mentally, we don't know what we're capable of, or we don't see what others see in us. And sometimes other people have to pull that out of us, right? And so I'm challenging you all to see, what are your talents? Is anybody in this room today talented, right? Who want to share it? You may know how to draw real good. You may can sing. What's your talent? Go ahead.
I know how to sing.
You know how to sing? Okay. Anybody else? Do you take pride in singing?
Ma'am.
Do you take pride in singing? Pride, like happy. Does it make you happy?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You know that could be therapeutic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it therapeutic for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Do you write songs?
No, I learned them in my head. I make my own. I make my own.
Okay, good, good. Okay. Anybody else?
I make bracelets.
Okay, really? See, that's a great talent, girl. That's a money making thing right there. You sell them? You should maybe start trying to sell them. Anybody else would like to share their talent?
I do hair.
Oh, girl, that's a money making thing too. Anybody else?
I have one. I know how to cook good.
Great, great. So these things that you all are talented in, do y'all realize those can be therapeutic? So for me, sometimes my friends like when I'm mad or upset or going through something. Cause guess what I do? I get in the kitchen and whip up a good meal. I like to cook. I like to cook. And I cook good too. I'm tooting my own horn. But it's therapeutic for me. It helps me because that, number one, my grandmother taught me how to cook, right? And so not only is it therapeutic, but it's sentimental, and it's something that I carried over from my childhood that soothes me, because as I'm cooking, I'm also thinking about memories. How would grandma do this? Or what did she tell me about this? And it soothes me. So I'm giving y'all those examples of learn how to pull from your talents when you're going through something, because a lot of times our talents are therapeutic. And when you learn to work with what you have and pull from what you have to work through what you're going through, then that decreases other self-destruction behaviors. Are you aware of self-destruction behavior? Would you like to talk about that? Because that comes with trauma. I'm gonna let her speak a little bit about the self-destruction. I know y'all probably tired of hearing from me right now. Whatever you feel, yeah. She's gonna share a little bit about the self-destruction behaviors.
Test me, yes. So I know a lot of my self-destruction behaviors was when I used to get upset a lot. Like if someone used to make me mad, I used to pull back from everybody. And I isolate myself for days at a time to where I didn't want to talk to nobody. I didn't want to be around anyone. All because I let one incident trigger me. And so, or I let one person trigger me. And so I got into the headspace now to where I'm like, okay, well, if they do that, whatever. I'm gonna keep going about my life. And so that's where the forgiveness came in it. So I had to learn how to forgive so I could forgive that person right on. Because forgiveness is not for them, it's for me. So that's what I did with my self destruction.
Okay. So could any of you all relate to what she was saying? Okay. So when it comes to um confidence and being confident, two of the things that people struggle with that I want y'all to be self-aware about is image and knowledge. Do y'all understand that? Those are two of the biggest struggles with people, especially women. It's the image, what we look like, knowledge. And a lot of times we are our own worst critic. So, do any of y'all relate to those things? Yes. You got to know. Look at I'm going to tell y'all what I do every day to help. I pick me a word of affirmation every day. My word of affirmation today is you are brave. You are brave. And then I pick a word for the week. And my word for this week is determined. Because I've been through a lot this week. And sometimes I told you, life, me too. Sometimes I get so frustrated and want to give up. But my word for this, because my car done been hit twice. I woke up, thought I wasn't gonna have no car this morning because I couldn't find a car. And I just wanted to just give it up. But my word was determined for the week. So I try to pick a word that relates to what I'm going through during that time. Right. And so that's what I do. Pick a word for the week, a word of affirmation daily. Sometimes you can use a word of affirmation for the whole week. It's just whatever works for you. Then what I really do, the one that I like the best, baby, I have a whole concert in my car on my way to work. I find me a song that I can relate to that's gonna motivate me.
That's funny you say that because I label my seasons like that. Like whatever season I'm going through at that moment, I'll have a song for that season that helps me fight that season. So I do the same thing. Yeah.
So those are some therapeutic techniques that you all can use. So I just gave you 3. Y'all write them down. I can remember them. A word of affirmation, daily or weekly, whatever fits for you. A positive word that will get you through the week. And an inspirational song that you can relate to that will get you through. A word for the week. Positive word. And I want y'all to, we almost at our time because I got 3 minutes. So I want y'all to really look at the sheet and complete that because it's some great things on there. Like it helps you figure out what your strengths is. And if you don't know them, get with someone in your family or someone close to you that knows you that can help pull those things out or help you see it from it. Because a lot of times we don't see what other people see, right? So it talks about your strengths, it talks about your weakness, and then reflection. List 3 things that you are good at, 3 things that you're not. What would you like? Is there anything about yourself that you would like to change, and what? I can tell y'all right now, procrastination. Or if I could just get better. Sometimes I do better and sometimes I relapse. It just depends on what it is. Like one of these rainy days, I don't want to do nothing, knowing I got a lot to do, right? But that's my struggle. And I recognize that. So when we talk about mental health, we talk about self-awareness. You have to recognize what the issue is and begin to work on that.
I struggle with procrastination too, and I came across, I think it was on IG, and it was saying how procrastination it can be a trauma response. But I was there when you came to Holmes County. And so through the youth program, working with young people for so long, I do recognize that their mental health needs are not being met in schools, homes, or communities. So this year was our first year making sure that all of the girls in the program had access to a mental health therapist that they can talk to on a weekly basis. I guess my question is, for young people who need an outlet, a therapist, a social worker, whoever to talk to, how do they do that in a confidential way? Like they're not able to afford it, but does Medicaid cover it? Like how do they get access to these services?
If they have insurance, insurance will cover it. If they do not have insurance, there are some therapists out there that will do sliding fee scales. It will be confidential what they share only if they are suicidal or homicidal, meaning they want to do harm to themselves or harm to someone else. But for as the paperwork, the parents will have to be involved to sign the paperwork to be able to work with the children. And that's the only part. They will not be notified of anything that's discussed in the session unless we have a duty to warn, like if it's a sexual assault that's reported, suicidal thoughts, that the child need more in-depth health on something. That's the only way.
And then the last thing, I like this. I wanted to ask if you could share some more workshops that they may be able to go over, especially as they get ready to go back into the school year and dealing with everything that might be going on. I could give you my email, and if it's stuff that they can work on to work on themselves, because they know they can come and talk to me, but some of them may feel more comfortable talking to Aaliyah, who is the therapist. But I tell them after the sessions, you have to do work on yourself. You can't just go to the sessions and leave it there. You have to actually do work. So any other worksheets that might be helpful for them to think through prompts or ask questions to get to know themselves.
Yes, if you give me your email address, I have some worksheets that I utilize within my practice that I'm willing to share with you. A lot of them I created because I do work with a lot of children and I see a need. And so I base what I do off the need that I see. So yes, I am willing to just give me your email address and I will email them to you. Do you all do group with the kids? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, they all do individual.
Maybe you should try to utilize group too. Sometimes like pick certain topics and do group because it helps when they realize that they're not going through something alone and they can relate to other people. Yeah. Do I have any questions? I don't know where Mr. Mack is. Any questions? Whether just somebody tell me something that you all learned.
Everybody.
She said everybody. Huh?
I learned it's okay not to be okay.
I learned about the word of the week and the word of the day.
Okay.
We are beautiful and wonderful made.
Yes.
I learned that it's okay not. It's okay to tell someone it's not. You're not okay.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that I'm a therapist with a therapist.
What you learn? That your singing is your talent. Do y'all have sticky notes? If y'all have sticky notes at home, write your affirmation and put it in your mirror. So it'll be a constant reminder of what you're working towards with yourself. So I chose this topic to talk to you all about today because peer pressure is real. But when you know who you are, you know what you bring to the table, it is hard for someone to persuade you to do something that you know you shouldn't be doing, that you know that your parents wouldn't want you to be doing, right? And so it's very important that you take time and get to know yourself for who you are and not what somebody wants you to be. Okay. And a lot of times that's what get us caught up in peer pressure. And so that's why I chose that topic. I hope y'all learned something, which y'all did. Y'all just told me, gave me feedback. I will be getting my email address and I will be sending you some worksheets to work with them. I am Dr. Latibi Cavett with a New You Counseling and Consultant. And I'm here if you all need me. Here's Mr. Matt.
Y'all give it up, give it up, give it up. Y'all enjoyed yourself? Y'all sure? Yes. All right, look, so make sure y'all get down there and take y'all group photo with them. Share some information. Now, some of y'all are shy, so you probably have some one-on-one conversations. So we ain't got to go nowhere. We just ending the live. DJ George Chuck is gonna play some music. For those who are watching, share this. We're gonna be doing the free blues show tomorrow, which is a fundraiser for Tougaloo water system and infrastructure. It starts at 1 p.m. right here. Free blues show. Show up, have a good time. We're gonna have a lot of line dancing, a lot of trail ride music, and live performances. And we're going to be hosted by the world famous 6'3" Lady V. So come check us out. Other than that, we're gonna keep this thing going. And remember, always fight. You gotta continue to fight. Freedom ain't free. Fight. That's on you, Chuck.